Story 1. My narcissistic mother hits on all of my boyfriends because she thinks I don't deserve to have a handsome man. My name is Sophia, and I need to tell you something that's been eating at me for years. This isn't a story about forgiveness or family reconciliation. It's the raw account of how my own mother became my worst enemy and how I learned that some wounds cut too deep to ever heal. Everything started when I turned 15. The awkward preteen phase was finally behind me. The braces were gone. The baby weight had melted away. And suddenly I had curves where there used to be sharp angles. For the first time in my life, boys at school started looking at me differently. It felt terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. My mother had always been the beauty of our family. At 38, she still commanded attention wherever we went. She had this way of owning every room, the perfect smile, the confident stride, the ability to make every man feel like he was the only person worth talking to. I used to feel proud having such a stunning mother. But something shifted that summer when I started getting my own share of male attention. It began with small cutting remarks. "You still have such a childish face," she'd say while we stood side by side in front of the bathroom mirror. "You really don't carry yourself like a woman yet." Initially, I thought she was trying to help me mature, offering the kind of guidance mothers are supposed to give. Then I noticed how she started dressing when we went out together. Before, she'd wear appropriate clothes for a mother, nice but suitable for her role. Suddenly, she was squeezing into outfits that belonged on someone decades younger. The necklines plunged lower. The skirts got tighter. The heels grew higher. When we'd walk into restaurants or stores together, I could feel the confusion in people's eyes as they tried to figure out where to look first. The turning point came at my friend Kate's pool party. I had finally worked up the courage to wear a bikini, feeling attractive for the first time in my life. My mother insisted on coming to supervise, which was strange because she'd never shown interest in chaperoning before. She arrived wearing a tiny string bikini that would have been inappropriate on a college student, let alone a mother at a high school gathering. I watched in horror as she positioned herself directly in the center of where all the teenage boys were hanging out. She laughed too loudly at their awkward jokes, asked them detailed questions about their sports teams, and kept adjusting her bikini top in ways that made everyone uncomfortable. The boys didn't know how to react. They were 15 and 16, and here was this grown woman essentially performing for them. "Your mom is interesting," one of the guys said to me later, his voice carrying a mixture of confusion and discomfort. I felt my cheeks burn with shame. That night, when we got home, I tried to address what had happened. "Mom, don't you think that bikini was a little inappropriate for a high school party?" She turned to me with a cold smile I'd never seen before. "Honey, just because you're starting to get a little attention doesn't mean you're the only one who deserves to feel beautiful. I'm still young, and I'm not ready to become invisible just because my daughter is growing up." The way she said "my daughter," like it was some kind of burden or threat, made my stomach drop. That's when I realized this wasn't about protecting me or guiding me. This was about something much darker. The sabotage started subtly during my junior year of high school. Every time there was a school dance or party where boys would be present, suddenly we had urgent family obligations. Homecoming. Your grandmother is visiting that weekend, and it would be disrespectful not to spend time with her. Winter formal. Your cousin's wedding is the same day, and family comes first. Spring dance. I already booked us a mother-daughter spa weekend for bonding. I believed her every single time because she was my mother. Why would she lie? But the phone calls were the cruelest part. In those days before cell phones were common, the house phone was how boys contacted me. I'd come home from school excited, asking if anyone had called, and she'd shake her head with feigned sympathy. "No calls today, sweetheart." It wasn't until my senior year that I discovered the truth. I was studying at my friend Sarah's house when her younger brother burst in. "Sophia, that guy from your chemistry class called here looking for you. He said he's been trying to reach you for weeks, but your mom keeps telling him you're sick or busy or not interested." My blood turned to ice. What guy from chemistry class? The tall one with the dark hair. He seemed really disappointed. Said he wanted to ask you to prom, but figured you weren't interested since you never returned his calls. Everything clicked into place. All those times I'd heard her voice get sweet and flirtatious on the phone before she'd hang up quickly. All those wrong numbers and telemarketers. She'd been intercepting calls from boys who wanted to ask me out, systematically destroying my chances at teenage romance. When I confronted her that evening, she didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. "I was protecting you," she said, not looking up from her magazine. "Those boys only want one thing, and you're too young and naive to see it. I was saving you from getting hurt. That's not your decision to make," I shouted. "As long as you live under my roof, everything about your life is my decision to make." But it wasn't just the intercepted calls. Looking back, I realized she controlled every aspect of how I presented myself to the world. Any outfit that showed my developing figure would mysteriously develop problems. She'd point out how the jeans made my hips look too wide, how the sweater was trying too hard, how the dress made me look like I was asking for trouble. I'd end up wearing baggy clothes that completely hid my body. Meanwhile, she'd emerge from her bedroom in outfits that belonged in nightclubs, not at parent-teacher conferences or grocery stores. The cruelest part was how she'd build me up just to tear me down. "You look so pretty, honey," she'd say while doing my makeup. Then, right before we'd leave the house, "Actually, let me fix this. You look a bit too made up for someone your age." She'd wipe half of it off, leaving me looking washed out and plain while she looked ready for a magazine photo shoot. I started feeling invisible in my own life. At school events where she'd volunteer, teachers and parents would compliment her constantly. "You look too young to have a teenager," they'd gush. She'd beam and put her arm around me possessively. "Sophia keeps me feeling young," she'd say. But the message was crystal clear. She was still the star, and I was just the supporting cast in her performance. The most disturbing part wasn't even what she was doing to me. It was watching how grown men in our community responded to her advances. Married fathers at school events would linger too long in conversations with her. The grocery store manager would mysteriously appear whenever we shopped. Even my friends' fathers would get that look in their eyes when she was around, and she basked in every second of it. My first real boyfriend was Derek. I met him during my senior year when I finally got brave enough to join the drama club. He was a college freshman, just 19, with kind eyes and a way of making me feel like I was the most fascinating person he'd ever met. For the first time in my life, I experienced what it felt like to be someone's first choice. Derek was patient with my inexperience and respectful in a way that made me understand what people meant when they talked about good guys. We'd spend hours discussing books, movies, our dreams for the future. He wanted to become a teacher, and I was planning to study psychology. We felt so mature, so ready for real love. I managed to keep him away from my house for 3 months. I'd make excuses about why we couldn't hang out there, suggesting coffee shops and movie theaters instead. Something deep in my gut warned me to keep him separated from my mother, though I couldn't explain why. But eventually he started asking questions. "Why haven't I met your parents yet? Are you embarrassed by me?" I wasn't embarrassed by him. I was terrified of what my mother would do to him. But I was 17 and in love, and I didn't know how to explain my fears without sounding paranoid. The first time Derek came to dinner, my mother outdid herself. She emerged from her bedroom wearing a black dress that was completely inappropriate for a family meal. It hugged every curve and had a neckline that plunged dangerously low. She'd spent 2 hours on her hair and makeup, looking like she was heading to a red carpet event, not meeting her daughter's teenage boyfriend. "You must be Derek," she purred, extending her hand like she expected him to kiss it. "I have heard so much about you." I watched Derek's face change as he took her in. His eyes widened slightly, and he seemed to forget I was standing right there. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. "Oh, call me Linda," she interrupted, still holding his hand longer than necessary. "Mrs. makes me feel so old, and I'm nowhere near ready for that." Throughout dinner, she dominated every conversation. When Derek mentioned his education major, she leaned forward and touched his arm. "A teacher, how noble. I've always believed educators are the most important people in society." When he talked about his favorite books, suddenly she'd read them all, too. When he mentioned loving basketball, she just happened to be a huge fan of his favorite team. I sat there watching the boy I loved fall under her spell, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. "Your mother is incredible," he told me as we walked to his car that night. "She's so youthful and interesting. You're lucky to have such a cool mom." The word cool hit me like a physical blow. That's not what mothers were supposed to be to their daughters' boyfriends. Over the next few weeks, Derek started finding excuses to come by the house even when I wasn't there. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd see if you were home," he'd say. But I discovered later that my mother had been texting him from my phone, inviting him over while I was at my part-time job. The end came when I found the messages on our shared family computer. I was looking for a school document when I saw Derek's name in the recent chat history. My heart stopped as I clicked on the conversation thread. The messages made me physically sick. My mother was sending him photos, not nude, but highly suggestive poses in her workout clothes. Her bikini from the previous summer, tight dresses with strategic cleavage shots. She was complaining about feeling trapped in a life that makes me feel older than I am, and how she sometimes forgets I have responsibilities because I feel more like a 25-year-old than a mother. Derek was eating it up. "You don't look like anyone's mother," he'd written back. "You look like you could be Sophia's older sister." The final message thread was from the night before. "Sophia's working late tomorrow. Come by around 8 o'clock and we can talk without interruption." I printed everything out with trembling hands and waited. When Derek arrived that evening, I was sitting in the living room with the printed conversation spread across the coffee table. He walked in expecting to find my mother and instead found me holding evidence of their betrayal. "Sophia, I can explain." "Explain what?" "How you're cheating on me with my own mother. How you're both liars." My mother appeared in the doorway wearing yet another inappropriate outfit. When she saw the papers in my hands, she didn't look ashamed or apologetic. She looked annoyed that she'd been caught. "Honey, you're being dramatic," she said calmly. "Derek and I are just friends. He needs someone mature to talk to. Friends don't send each other photos like this," I said, holding up one of her suggestive selfies. Derek couldn't meet my eyes. "Sophia, your mom understands me in ways that—" "Stop," I said quietly. "Just stop talking. I hope someday you can understand. Get out of my apartment and out of my life." After he left, I turned to face the woman who had given birth to me, but had just proven she was never really my mother. "How could you do this to me?" She shrugged, as if breaking my heart was just a minor inconvenience in her day. "Love doesn't choose age, and it doesn't choose family. If Derek prefers my company to yours, that says more about you than it does about me." That night, I cried until I had no tears left. But somewhere in that devastation, something harder and sharper was being born inside me. The naive daughter who had spent years making excuses for her mother's behavior died that night, and someone much more dangerous took her place. After Derek, I stopped crying and started watching. For the first time, I began to really see my mother for what she was. A predator who had spent years systematically destroying my confidence and sabotaging my relationships. Every protective decision, every helpful suggestion, every time she'd made me feel small. It had all been calculated to keep me under her thumb while she maintained her position as the most desirable woman in our house. I started documenting everything. The way she'd accidentally bump into my male teachers at school events, wearing outfits that belonged on someone half her age. How she'd linger inappropriately long talking to teenage boys who worked at local stores, asking unnecessary questions about their schedules and interests. The way she'd position herself in our front yard whenever the neighbor's college-age son was outside, suddenly needing to water plants or check the mail. It was disgusting, and I was done pretending not to see it. The first time I struck back was at my cousin Rachel's graduation party. My mother showed up wearing a tight white sundress that made her look like she was trying to compete with the 18-year-old graduates. She immediately gravitated toward the group of young men, laughing too loudly and touching their arms whenever she spoke. I walked over and slipped my arm around her waist with a big smile. "Mom, Mrs. Peterson was just asking about your back problems. She wanted to know if that specialist helped with your chronic pain issues." Her face froze. There were no back problems. But suddenly she was no longer the vibrant, young-looking woman flirting with college boys. She was a middle-aged lady with health issues. "I don't have back problems," she said through gritted teeth. "Oh, sorry," I said innocently. "I must have been thinking of your other chronic condition. You know, the one that makes you so tired all the time." The boys had already lost interest and wandered away. My mother's eyes flashed with pure rage, but she couldn't call me out without admitting what I was really doing. That night, she confronted me. "What was that performance about at the party?" "I was just trying to help you connect with Mrs. Peterson," I said sweetly. "She's closer to your age group. I thought you might have more in common with her than with those kids. Those kids are practically adults." "You're right," I said. "They're practically adults and you're practically 50. There's a huge difference." Her hand twitched like she wanted to slap me, but she didn't dare. We both knew the rules of engagement had fundamentally changed. From that point on, every time she tried to seduce someone inappropriate, I was there with a perfectly innocent comment designed to remind everyone of her actual age and role. When she flirted with my friend's older brother at a barbecue, I mentioned how tired she looked and suggested she might want to go home early to rest. When she wore a crop top to parent-teacher night, I loudly asked if she wanted me to bring her a sweater since she looked cold. The psychological warfare escalated quickly. She'd make cutting remarks about my appearance, so I'd respond with concern for her memory problems or her vision since she seemed to be seeing things that weren't there. She'd criticize my clothes, so I'd express worry about her midlife crisis and suggest she might want to talk to a therapist about her difficulty accepting the aging process. "You're being cruel," she said after I'd interrupted her flirting with a waiter by asking if she'd remembered to take her vitamins that morning. "I'm being helpful," I replied, "just like you've always been helpful to me." The satisfaction I felt when I saw her face fall when she realized her own daughter was now her biggest threat was intoxicating. For years, she'd held all the power in our relationship. She'd controlled my social life, my self-esteem, and my romantic relationships with surgical precision. Now I had learned to use her own weapons against her, and I was devastatingly good at it. But I was about to learn that my mother's capacity for destruction went far deeper than I had ever imagined. She was about to prove that she would rather burn our entire relationship to the ground than lose her position as the most desired woman in any room. By my freshman year of college, I had perfected the art of humiliating my mother in public. Every family gathering became a battlefield, and I came armed with precision strikes designed to shatter her carefully crafted image. The dinner party at Aunt Susan's house was my masterpiece. I'd invited Jason, a guy from my English literature class, knowing my mother would see him as fresh prey. Sure enough, she emerged from the bathroom, having touched up her makeup, which meant she'd applied enough for a nightclub, and changed into a dress that barely covered her thighs. She made her grand entrance into the dining room, expecting all eyes to turn to her as they always did. Jason looked up politely, smiled, and went back to his conversation with my cousin about baseball statistics. My mother was not used to being ignored. She positioned herself directly across from Jason and leaned forward every time she spoke, making sure he got a full view of her cleavage. She asked him about his major, his hobbies, his family, using that breathy voice she reserved for male attention. That's when I struck. "Mom," I said loudly enough for the entire table to hear. "Did you forget to put on the rest of your dress? Or are you confusing family dinner with a strip club?" The silence that followed was deafening. My uncle choked on his wine. My aunt's eyes went wide, and my cousins looked between us with undisguised fascination. But best of all was watching my mother's face turn bright red. The first time I'd ever seen her genuinely embarrassed. "Sophia," she hissed. "What?" "I'm just concerned. You seem confused about appropriate attire lately. Maybe we should make you an appointment with Dr. Martinez to check if everything's okay upstairs." I tapped my temple with exaggerated concern. Jason looked completely bewildered by the exchange, which was perfect. He was seeing her through my eyes now, not as a mysterious, alluring woman, but as a pathetic, middle-aged person having some kind of breakdown. My mother excused herself from the table and didn't come back until dessert, by which time she'd changed into a conservative blouse and pants. When she returned, I smiled sweetly and said, "Much better, Mom. That outfit is so much more age-appropriate." The pattern continued every time she tried to seduce one of my friends or potential boyfriends. She'd dress inappropriately. I'd comment publicly on her obvious desperation. She'd flirt with someone decades younger. I'd loudly express concern about her vision or mental state. She'd try to position herself as the cool young mom. I'd remind everyone present of her actual age and role. "You're getting too old to keep dressing like you're in college," I told her after she showed up to my study group in a crop top and miniskirt. "Don't speak to me like that." She snapped. "Someone has to. You're embarrassing yourself, and frankly, you're embarrassing me. These are my classmates, not your dating pool." The other students shifted uncomfortably, suddenly seeing her performance for what it really was. She left within 10 minutes, claiming she had other things to do. My personal favorite was the day she tried to crash my friend Katie's pool party. Again, she showed up uninvited in a bikini that was somehow even smaller than the one she'd worn to my high school party years earlier. "Sophia, didn't mention you were coming," Katie said politely. "Oh, I just wanted to make sure the girls were being safe," my mother purred, already eyeing the college guys who were there. "That's so sweet of you to be worried about our safety," I said innocently. "Especially since you've been having those balance issues lately. Maybe you should sit in the shade instead of being near the pool. We wouldn't want you to have another dizzy spell and fall in." "I don't have balance issues," she said through clenched teeth. "Really? Because last week you said you felt lightheaded when you stood up too fast." "I'm just worried about you, Mom. Maybe it's time to accept that your body isn't what it used to be." By this point, the college guys were looking at her like she was someone's embarrassing aunt rather than a potential conquest. She left before the party even really got started. That night, she cornered me in my bedroom. "What has happened to you?" she demanded. "You used to be such a sweet girl." "I grew up," I replied. "I learned to recognize manipulation and pathetic behavior when I see it. You're being cruel and vindictive." "I'm being honest. For the first time in my life, I'm telling the truth about what I see instead of protecting your feelings. If you don't like what you're hearing, maybe you should examine your behavior instead of blaming me for pointing it out." She stared at me for a long moment, and I could see the exact second she realized I was no longer under her control. The sweet, insecure daughter she'd spent years molding was gone, replaced by someone who could play her games better than she could. "You have no idea what you're starting," she said quietly. "Neither do you. I thought I'd won our war." I had no idea she was just getting started. I met Marcus during my junior year of college at a coffee shop near campus. I was struggling with an economics assignment when this man in an expensive suit sat down at the table next to mine and pulled out the exact textbook I was using. "Macroeconomics?" he asked, noticing my frustrated expression. I remember that class. Professor Harrison's midterm nearly destroyed me. He was older, probably around 30, with this quiet confidence that made him seem completely different from the boys I'd been dating. When he smiled, it reached his eyes. And when he listened to me explain what I was struggling with, he gave me his complete attention. "I'm Marcus," he said, extending his hand like a proper adult. "And you are definitely too intelligent to be letting Harrison's problem sets defeat you." That afternoon turned into 3 hours of the best conversation I'd ever had with a man. Marcus was a financial advisor who'd graduated from our university 8 years earlier. He was intelligent, funny, and treated me like an equal instead of some young girl he was trying to impress. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was with someone who saw the real me. Not just my looks or my youth, but my thoughts, my ambitions, my personality. When he asked me out to dinner that weekend, I said yes without a moment's hesitation. Those first 6 months with Marcus were the happiest I'd ever been. He took me to real restaurants, not just pizza places and movie theaters. We talked about politics, literature, our goals for the future. He encouraged my interest in psychology and never once made me feel stupid or inexperienced. Marcus was successful enough that he didn't need to prove anything to anyone. He drove a nice car, lived in a beautiful apartment downtown, and wore clothes that actually fit properly. But what I loved most was how he treated me like a woman worth knowing, not just a conquest. "You're different from other girls your age," he told me one evening as we walked through the park downtown. "You have substance." You think about real things. I wanted to tell him about my mother, about the years of psychological warfare that had forced me to grow up faster than most people my age. But talking about her felt like inviting poison into something pure and beautiful, so I kept Marcus as far away from my family as possible. When he suggested meeting my parents, I made excuses. They're really busy with work. Or, they're not much for social situations. Or, I want to keep this just between us for a while. Marcus was patient, but I could tell he was starting to wonder if I was ashamed of him, or if there was something wrong with my family situation. After 4 months together, he gently pressed the issue. Sophia, if we're going to get serious, and I hope we are, I need to meet the people who matter to you. I understand wanting to take things slow, but at some point, hiding our relationship starts to feel like you don't think it has a future. He was right, and I knew it. A man like Marcus wasn't going to settle for being someone's secret indefinitely. He wanted a real relationship with a real future, and that meant integrating our lives. My mother can be intense, I warned him. She has strong opinions about everything, and she doesn't always know when to keep them to herself. I can handle intense mothers, he laughed. I grew up with 4 sisters and a mother who never met an opinion she couldn't express loudly. I wanted to tell him that this was different, that my mother wasn't just opinionated. She was dangerous. But how do you explain to someone that your own mother sees you as competition? How do you warn the man you love that the woman who gave birth to you will try to steal him away? You can't. Not without sounding paranoid and crazy. So, I agreed to bring him to Sunday dinner, knowing in my heart that I was about to lose the best thing that had ever happened to me. Sunday dinner was set for 6 o'clock. I arrived at 5:30, hoping to have a moment alone with my mother to establish some ground rules. Instead, I found her emerging from her bedroom looking like she'd spent the entire day preparing for a movie premiere. She was wearing a black cocktail dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Her makeup was professionally applied. She'd obviously gone to a salon that morning. Her hair was styled in soft waves that took years off her appearance, and she was wearing jewelry I'd never seen before. Don't you think that's a little much for a family dinner? I asked, though my heart was already sinking. I want to make a good impression on the man who might become my son-in-law, she said sweetly. But there was something predatory in her smile that made my skin crawl. When Marcus arrived with flowers, roses for me and a smaller bouquet for my mother, I watched her face light up like she was the one being courted. How thoughtful, she exclaimed, taking the flowers and inhaling their scent in a way that was somehow sensual. Sophia, you didn't tell me you were dating such a gentleman. During cocktails, she positioned herself strategically on the couch so that Marcus had to sit either next to her or directly across from her. She chose topics designed to showcase her intelligence and sophistication. Current events, wine, travel. Every time she spoke, she touched his arm or shoulder, just brief contact that could be explained as natural gesturing. You know, I feel more like Sophia's sister than her mother, she said at one point, laughing in a way that made her chest rise and fall noticeably. People always think we're siblings when we're out together. Marcus was being polite, but I could see him becoming increasingly uncomfortable with her behavior. When she got up to refill drinks, he leaned over to me. Is your mother always this touchy? He whispered. I tried to warn you, I said miserably, but dinner was where she really went to work. She'd made his favorite meal. Somehow she'd found out he loved osobuco, something I'd never even mentioned to her. She kept his wine glass filled and asked him detailed questions about his work, his background, his family. A financial advisor, she mused, leaning forward, so her necklace caught the light. That must require such intelligence and intuition. I've always been attracted to men who really understand money and power. The word attracted hung in the air like a toxic cloud. Marcus shifted uncomfortably and reached for my hand under the table. Sophia's planning to be a psychologist, he said, clearly trying to redirect the conversation to me. Oh, yes, my mother said dismissively. She's always been fascinated by broken people and their problems. I suppose everyone needs a hobby. The way she diminished my career aspirations while simultaneously presenting herself as more interesting and sophisticated made my blood boil. But I kept quiet, hoping the evening would end soon. After Marcus left, I confronted her. What was that performance about? Performance? She asked innocently. I was being hospitable to my daughter's boyfriend. You were flirting with him blatantly. Don't be ridiculous. Just because you're insecure doesn't mean every conversation is flirtation. But over the next few weeks, stranger things started happening. Marcus would mention conversations he'd had with my mother that I knew nothing about. She was texting him. Somehow she'd gotten his number, asking for advice about investments and insurance. Your mom is really something, he said one afternoon after spending 20 minutes on the phone with her. She's so youthful for her age, and she's been through a lot as a single mother. Single mother. She'd been married to my father for 18 years, and they'd only divorced 2 years ago. But somehow she'd rewritten history to make herself seem like a brave woman who'd raised a child alone. She's not that young, I said. She's 45. Really? She doesn't look it or act it. Honestly, she has this vitality that most women her age lose. Every compliment he gave her felt like a dagger in my heart. I watched the man I loved falling under the same spell that had captivated every other man in her orbit. The end came 3 weeks later. I went to Marcus's apartment, planning to surprise him with dinner. I had a key, so I let myself in quietly, planning to start cooking before he got home from work. Instead, I found my mother's purse on his kitchen counter. My hands were shaking as I stared at that purse. Part of me wanted to leave, to pretend I'd never seen it, to live in denial for just a little longer, but I couldn't move. I heard voices coming from the bedroom. My mother's laugh, that same musical sound she used when she was performing for male attention. Then Marcus' voice, lower, saying something I couldn't make out. I should have left. I should have walked out that door and never looked back. Instead, I crept closer to the bedroom, my heart hammering so hard I was sure they could hear it. The door was slightly open, and what I saw destroyed me completely. My mother was wearing lingerie I'd never seen before. Black lace that made her look like she was posing for a magazine. She was draped across Marcus' bed like she owned it, like she belonged there. And Marcus was looking at her the way he used to look at me, with desire and admiration and something that looked like love. You make me feel like I'm 25 again, she was saying, tracing patterns on his chest. I'd forgotten what it felt like to be wanted by a real man. You're incredible, Marcus replied, stroking her hair. I can't believe you wasted so many years with someone who didn't appreciate you. She was talking about my father, rewriting their marriage as some tragic story where she was the victim instead of the woman who had cheated on him repeatedly. And Marcus was buying every word. What about Sophia? He asked. And for a moment, my heart leaped, thinking he was going to come to his senses. Sophia is a child, my mother said dismissively. She doesn't understand adult relationships or real passion. What we have is so much deeper than what you had with her. This is real love, not some college infatuation. You're right, Marcus said, pulling her closer. I thought I loved her. But this is something completely different. I backed away from the door silently, grabbed my mother's purse, and dumped it on Marcus' kitchen table. Her phone was inside, and it wasn't password protected. The text messages between them went back 3 weeks, exactly to the day after our family dinner. She'd started by asking for financial advice, then moved to more personal topics. Within days, she was sending him photos of herself in workout clothes at the spa in evening gowns. She told him about her lonely marriage and her difficult divorce. She'd painted herself as a sophisticated woman trapped by circumstances, finally free to explore real connection with a man who deserved her. Marcus had responded exactly as she knew he would. She'd studied him during that dinner, identified his weaknesses, and exploited them with surgical precision. He was a successful man who'd always been attracted to older, sophisticated women. She'd presented herself as exactly what he'd been looking for his whole life. The most recent messages were from that morning. She'd told him she was ready to take this to the next level, and he'd responded that he was falling in love with her in a way he'd never experienced before. I took photos of everything with my own phone, put her purse back exactly where I'd found it, and left. That night, I waited for Marcus to call me with some excuse about why he couldn't see me. Instead, he showed up at my apartment looking guilty and nervous. "We need to talk," he said, and I knew exactly what was coming. "Let me guess," I said calmly. "You're ending things with me because you've fallen in love with my mother." His face went white. "How did you?" "I went to surprise you with dinner. Saw her purse on your counter. Read the text messages." He had the decency to look ashamed, but not ashamed enough to take it back. "Sophia, I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen, but what your mother and I have, it's something I've never felt before. She understands me in ways that—" "Stop," I said quietly. "Just stop talking. I hope someday you can understand. Get out of my apartment and out of my life." After he left, I sat alone in my living room and finally understood the true depth of my mother's cruelty. Dererick had been practice. Marcus was the real target, the man she knew I truly loved, the relationship she knew would destroy me to lose. She hadn't just stolen my boyfriend. She'd stolen my faith in love itself. I waited 3 days before confronting her. 3 days to let the rage build to a point where I could unleash every truth I'd been holding back for years. 3 days to plan exactly what I was going to say to the woman who had systematically destroyed every chance I'd had at happiness. I found her in her bedroom trying on yet another outfit that belonged on someone half her age. She was humming to herself, practically glowing with satisfaction. When she saw me in her doorway, she smiled like nothing had happened. "Oh good, you're here. I was hoping we could talk about Marcus." "Yes," I said, stepping into the room and closing the door behind me. "Let's talk about Marcus." Something in my tone made her pause. She turned to face me fully, and I saw the exact moment she realized I knew everything. "Sophia, I can explain." "Explain what?" "How you seduced my boyfriend 3 weeks after meeting him. How you lied about your marriage to make yourself seem like a victim. How you've spent my entire life sabotaging every relationship I've ever had because you can't stand the thought of me being happy." Her mask slipped for just a second, and I saw the cold calculation underneath. Then she rearranged her features into an expression of hurt innocence. "Sweetheart, you're overreacting. Marcus and I connected on an adult level that you simply wouldn't understand. You're still so young." "I'm young." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I'm 21 years old. You're a 45-year-old woman stealing boyfriends from your own daughter who's acting young here." "I didn't steal anything. Marcus made his own choice about what he wanted after you manipulated him with lies and sob stories and photos of yourself in lingerie." I saw the text messages. "Mother, I know exactly how you connected with him." For the first time in my life, I saw genuine fear flash across her face. "You went through my phone?" "I went through your phone that was sitting in his apartment while you were screwing my boyfriend in his bed." She flinched at my language. "But I was just getting started. Do you want to know what the worst part is? It's not even that you took Marcus from me. It's that you've been doing this my entire life, and I was too stupid to see it. Every boy who never called back. Every invitation to parties I never received. Every time I felt invisible and worthless, that was you. You've been destroying my self-esteem since I was 15 because you couldn't handle your own daughter getting attention." "That's not true." "It's completely true," I screamed. "You're a pathetic, desperate woman who peaked in high school and never got over it. You're so terrified of aging that you compete with your own child for male attention. Do you have any idea how sick that is?" Now she was getting angry too, dropping the innocent act entirely. "You have no idea what it's like to watch your youth slip away," she snapped. "To feel invisible when you used to be the most beautiful woman in every room. You're 21. You have no concept of what I'm going through. So you decided to make sure I'd go through it too. You couldn't stand watching me experience the attention and love you think you're losing. So you've spent years making sure I never got to enjoy it. Men prefer mature women anyway. They want sophistication and experience, not some naive college girl who doesn't know anything about the world. Marcus preferred me until you lied to him about everything. You told him you were a single mother who'd been victimized by my father. You rewrote history to make yourself seem younger and more sympathetic. That's not sophistication. That's fraud. She crossed her arms defensively. I told him the truth about how I felt. Your father never appreciated me. And yes, I did raise you mostly alone while he worked all the time. You cheated on Dad repeatedly. He worked extra hours to afford your shopping addiction and your constant need for attention. And you raised me. You spent my entire childhood competing with me instead of protecting me. I protected you from making mistakes. You protected your own ego. You couldn't stand that men were looking at me instead of you. So, you made sure I never got the chance to be happy with any of them. The facade was completely gone now. Her face was twisted with rage and something that looked like hatred. Fine, she said coldly. You want the truth? Yes, I took Marcus from you and Derek before him, and I intercepted those phone calls in high school. And you know what? I'd do it all again. The admission hit me like a physical blow, even though I'd known it was true. You're a monster, I whispered. I'm a woman who refuses to disappear just because her daughter thinks it's her turn to be the star. You think you deserve love more than I do just because you're younger. Life doesn't work that way. You're my mother. You're supposed to want me to be happy, and you're supposed to respect your elders and know your place. We stared at each other across the room, and I realized that this woman had never loved me. Not really. I had always been competition to her, never a daughter. The silence stretched between us like a chasm. All the pretense was gone. All the motherly concern and protective instincts she'd claimed to have for 21 years revealed as elaborate lies. We stood there looking at each other with complete honesty for the first time in my life. You know what the saddest part is? I said finally, my voice steady despite the tears streaming down my face. I spent my whole life trying to understand why you didn't love me the way other mothers loved their daughters. I thought there was something wrong with me. Sophia, let me finish. I used to watch my friends with their moms and wonder what I was doing wrong. Why didn't you want to braid my hair or take pictures with me? Why did you seem annoyed when I accomplished something? Why did you always find fault with everything I did? She opened her mouth to protest, but I held up my hand. Now I know. It wasn't that you didn't love me. It's that you saw me as a threat. From the moment I stopped being a child, the second I became a potential rival for male attention. You stopped being my mother and became my competitor. That's not how I saw it. That's exactly how you saw it. And the truly sick part is that you were competing with a teenager, your own teenage daughter. What kind of woman does that? The words were pouring out of me now. 21 years of confusion and hurt finally making sense. A real mother protects her daughter. She builds her up, helps her navigate relationships, teaches her to value herself. A real mother wants her daughter to be confident and happy and loved. I took a shaky breath. You did the opposite of all of that. I was trying to protect you from making mistakes. No, you were protecting yourself from being replaced. Every boy I talked to, every compliment I received, every moment when I felt pretty or special, you saw it as something being taken away from you instead of something beautiful happening to your child. She was crying now too, but I felt no sympathy for her tears. You want to know what your protection taught me? Taught me that I wasn't worth loving. It taught me that any man who showed interest in me was probably lying or confused. It taught me to doubt every compliment and question, every kind gesture, because my own mother had shown me that women lie and manipulate to get what they want. I never meant. You absolutely meant it. Every sabotaged relationship, every undermined confidence, every moment you made me feel small and worthless. You meant all of it, because in your twisted mind, keeping me insecure meant keeping yourself relevant. I wiped my eyes and looked at her with complete clarity. But here's what you never understood. You didn't need to tear me down to build yourself up. You could have been a beautiful, confident woman and a loving mother. You could have taught me to be strong while showing me how to be graceful. You could have been an example of how to age with dignity instead of desperately clinging to youth by destroying your own daughter's chances at happiness. Sophia, please. Instead, you chose to be pathetic. You chose to be the kind of woman who seduces her daughter's boyfriends and calls it sophistication. You chose to be someone who steals from a child rather than building your own life. I walked to her closet and pulled out a suitcase. "What are you doing?" "I'm leaving tonight, and I'm never coming back." "You can't just leave. This is your home." "This was never my home. Home is where you're loved and protected and valued. This is just a house where I happen to live with a woman who spent 21 years trying to destroy my self-worth." I started throwing clothes into the suitcase, not caring what I grabbed. "You're being dramatic. Where will you go? How will you support yourself?" "I'll figure it out." Anything is better than staying here and pretending we have a normal mother-daughter relationship when what we actually have is toxic and abusive. Abusive? I never laid a hand on you. Emotional abuse is still abuse. Psychological manipulation is still abuse. Sabotaging your child's relationships and self-esteem is still abuse, even if you never hit me. She was sobbing now, reaching for me as I packed. "Sophia, please don't do this. We can work through this. I can change." I stopped packing and looked at her with something that might have been pity. "You can't change because you don't think you did anything wrong. Even now, you're not apologizing for what you did to Marcus or Derek or all those boys in high school. You're just upset that I found out about it." "That's not true." "It is true, and that's how I know this will never end. As long as I'm in your life, you'll keep seeing me as competition instead of your daughter. You'll keep trying to take things away from me because you can't stand the thought of me having something you want." I zipped up the suitcase and headed for the door. "So, this is it?" she called after me. "You're just going to walk away from your family?" I turned back to look at her one last time. "You stopped being my family the day you decided I was your enemy instead of your daughter. You stopped being my mother the moment you chose to hurt me rather than protect me. I am your mother. Nothing can change that. Biology doesn't make you a mother. Love makes you a mother. Protection makes you a mother. Sacrifice makes you a mother." I picked up my suitcase. "You're just a woman who gave birth to me and then spent the next 21 years trying to destroy me. Sophia, goodbye. Don't contact me. Don't try to find me. Don't show up at my school or my work. We're done." And I walked out of that house knowing I would never set foot in it again. The first year of independence was the hardest thing I'd ever done. I moved into a tiny studio apartment 40 minutes from campus, the only place I could afford on what I made from my part-time job at the campus bookstore. I had to take out additional student loans to cover rent and living expenses, knowing I'd be paying them off for decades. Some nights I survived on ramen noodles and sheer determination. I worked at the bookstore during the day, waited tables at a restaurant near campus 3 nights a week, and still managed to maintain my grades in my psychology program. There were moments when I was so exhausted I could barely think straight, but I never once considered going back to her. The freedom was intoxicating, even when it came with financial stress. For the first time in my life, I could make decisions without worrying about how they would affect my mother's need for attention. I could wear whatever I wanted, talk to whoever interested me, and go out without having to navigate her subtle sabotage. But the emotional work was harder than the physical challenges. 21 years of psychological manipulation doesn't disappear overnight. I found myself second-guessing every compliment, analyzing every male interaction for signs of deception, and struggling to trust my own judgment about people and relationships. 6 months after leaving home, I finally gathered the courage to start therapy. Dr. Patricia Williams was a no-nonsense woman in her 50s who specialized in family trauma and narcissistic abuse. The first time I tried to explain my relationship with my mother, I kept minimizing what had happened. She wasn't physically abusive. I kept saying she never hit me or anything like that. "Sophia," Dr. Williams said gently, "emotional abuse is real abuse. What you're describing, the systematic undermining of your self-esteem, the sabotage of your relationships, the competition for male attention, those are classic patterns of narcissistic parenting." Hearing it labeled that way was both validating and devastating. Validating because it meant I wasn't crazy or overly sensitive. Devastating because it meant acknowledging that my mother had never really loved me the way I'd always hoped she would. Narcissistic parents see their children as extensions of themselves, rather than separate individuals with their own needs and rights, Dr. Williams explained. When you started receiving attention that she felt belonged to her, You became a threat to her sense of self-worth. Therapy helped me understand that nothing I could have done would have changed our dynamic. My mother's behavior wasn't about my inadequacy. It was about her own deep insecurities and inability to see me as anything other than competition. Slowly, I began to rebuild my sense of self-worth. I started setting boundaries with people, recognizing manipulation tactics, and trusting my own instincts. I learned to accept compliments without automatically looking for hidden agendas. I discovered what it felt like to have friendships that weren't tainted by constant comparison or competition. My junior and senior years of college were transformative. Without my mother's constant undermining, I flourished academically and socially. I made friends who genuinely cared about me, dated men who treated me with respect, and discovered talents and interests I'd never been allowed to explore. I graduated summa cum laude with my bachelor's degree in psychology and was accepted into a master's program in clinical psychology. For the first time in my life, I felt proud of my accomplishments without waiting for someone to tear them down. The healing wasn't linear. There were setbacks and moments of doubt. Sometimes I'd catch myself thinking that maybe I'd been too harsh, that maybe my mother really had been trying to protect me in her own twisted way. But then I'd remember Marcus, remember Derek, remember all those intercepted phone calls and sabotaged opportunities, and I'd know I'd made the right choice. 2 years after leaving home, I was living in a decent apartment, had a paid internship at a counseling center, and was dating a kind man named David, who treated me like I was valuable and worthy of love. The contrast between my life with my mother and my life without her was stark. Without her constant criticism and competition, I discovered that I was actually a confident, capable person. I was good at making friends, successful in school, and attractive to quality men who respected me. All those years of feeling inadequate and unworthy had been artificial, the result of her systematic efforts to keep me insecure. But my mother wasn't done with me yet. Even though I'd cut off all contact, she found ways to try to maintain control. She showed up at my graduation ceremony uninvited, making a scene when security escorted her out. She called my workplace multiple times, trying to convince my supervisors that I was mentally unstable and needed help. Each attempt at contact only reinforced my decision to stay away from her. The woman who claimed to love me was actively trying to sabotage my career and education. A real mother would have been proud of my achievements and respected my boundaries. The final confirmation that I'd made the right choice came when I ran into my high school friend Sarah at a coffee shop. We'd lost touch after graduation, but she recognized me immediately. "Sophia, how are you? I haven't seen you since we graduated." We spent an hour catching up, and eventually the conversation turned to family. "How's your mom?" Sarah asked. She was always so glamorous and young-looking. "We don't speak anymore." Sarah's expression changed. "Oh, I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't say this, but she tried to friend me on social media last year. Then she started messaging me, asking about my boyfriend and if I ever came home to visit. It was really weird. My blood ran cold. What kind of messages? She kept asking if my boyfriend was serious about me, and if I thought older women were more attractive than girls our age. She sent me some selfies that were really inappropriate, like bikini photos and stuff. I finally had to block her because it was making me uncomfortable. Even 2 years after cutting contact, my mother was still trying to compete with women my age, including my former friends. The revelation made me feel sick, but it also made me grateful that I'd escaped when I did. By the time I finished my master's degree, I had built a life that was completely separate from my mother's influence. I was working as a counselor myself, helping other people navigate difficult family relationships and recover from emotional abuse. In many ways, my own experience had made me a better therapist. I had found peace, but I wasn't prepared for the day when our paths would cross again. The call came on a Tuesday morning while I was reviewing case files at the counseling center. My father's voice was strained when I answered. "Sophia, I have some bad news. Your grandfather passed away yesterday evening." Grandpa Joe had been my father's father and the only family member who had ever truly understood me. Even during my childhood, he'd been the one adult who seemed to see through my mother's performances and recognized the damage she was doing. "The funeral is this Saturday," my father continued. I know you and your mother. I know things are complicated, but Joe loved you very much, and I think he'd want you there. I hadn't seen or spoken to anyone from my family in 5 years. The thought of being in the same room as my mother made my stomach churn. But I couldn't miss my grandfather's funeral. He'd been one of the few bright spots in my childhood. I'll be there, I told my father. But I want you to know that I'm coming for Grandpa Joe, not to reconcile with her. I understand. And Sophia, I'm proud of who you've become. I know your grandfather would be proud, too. Saturday arrived gray and drizzly, fitting weather for a funeral. I chose my outfit carefully. A conservative black dress that was professional and dignified. I wanted to look like the successful, confident woman I'd become, not the insecure girl my mother remembered. When I walked into the funeral home, I saw her immediately. She was holding court near the casket, surrounded by relatives and family friends who were offering condolences. At 50, she was still beautiful, but there was something desperate about her appearance that hadn't been there 5 years ago. Her black dress was too tight and too short for a funeral. Her makeup was heavy, and her hair was styled in a way that belonged on someone decades younger. She looked like she was trying to compete for attention, even at her own father-in-law's funeral. I signed the guest book and made my way toward my father, who was standing quietly in a corner talking to my uncle. When he saw me, his face lit up with genuine warmth. "Sophia, you look wonderful. Thank you for calling me," I said, hugging him. "How are you holding up?" "It's been hard." He was ready to go. "But that doesn't make it easier." We talked quietly about my grandfather's final days and the arrangements for the service. I was grateful to have this connection with my father, who had always been caught in the middle of my mother's manipulations. Eventually, I made my way to the casket to pay my respects. My grandfather looked peaceful, and I found myself smiling as I remembered his terrible jokes and the way he used to sneak me extra cookies when my mother wasn't looking. "He loved you very much," a voice said behind me. I turned to see my mother approaching, her eyes red from crying. Up close, the years showed more clearly. Her face was tight in places that suggested cosmetic procedures, and there were lines around her eyes that no amount of makeup could hide. "He was a good man," I replied coolly, turning back to the casket. "Sophia, we need to talk." "No, we don't. Please, it's been 5 years. I've missed you so much." I finally looked at her directly. "Have you? Or have you missed having someone to compete with?" Her face crumpled. "That's not fair. I know I made mistakes, but I've changed. I've been going to therapy, working on myself. I realize now that I was wrong about so many things." "Good for you. Don't you think we could try to rebuild our relationship? Life is short, and family is important." I studied her face, looking for any sign of genuine remorse or self-awareness. What I saw instead was the same manipulative calculation I'd always seen, just packaged differently. "Have you apologized to Marcus for lying to him?" I asked. She looked confused. "What does Marcus have to do with anything? That was years ago." "Have you apologized to any of the men you manipulated over the years? Have you taken responsibility for the damage you did to my self-esteem and my ability to trust people?" "I was protecting you." "There it is," I said quietly. 5 years of therapy and you still can't admit what you really did. You're still telling yourself the same lies. I'm trying to make amends. You're trying to make yourself feel better about your choices, but you're not actually taking responsibility for them. Real change would mean acknowledging that you sabotaged my relationships because you were jealous, not because you were protecting me. Several family members were starting to look in our direction, drawn by the tension in our conversation. "I think it's time for me to go," I said loudly enough for others to hear. "Thank you for letting me know about the funeral, Dad." My mother reached for my arm as I turned to leave. "Sophia, please don't do this. Don't walk away again." I looked down at her hand on my arm, then back at her face. In a voice that carried clearly to the relatives who were watching, I said, "We don't have that kind of relationship anymore. Please don't touch me." I pulled away and walked to my car, leaving her standing in the parking lot with tears streaming down her face and half the family watching. As I drove away, I felt no satisfaction in her tears, but I also felt no regret. She'd had 5 years to do real work on herself, to take genuine responsibility for her actions, to become the kind of person who could have a healthy relationship with her daughter. Instead, she'd spent those years learning to package her manipulation in more sophisticated language while continuing the same destructive patterns that had driven me away in the first place. Some people never change, and some relationships are too damaged to repair, no matter how much time passes. 10 years have passed since I walked out of my mother's house, and I can honestly say I've never been happier. Today, as I write this, I'm sitting in the sunroom of the home I share with my husband, James, watching our 3-year-old daughter, Emma, play in the backyard with our golden retriever. James and I met 4 years ago at a conference for mental health professionals. He's a psychiatrist who specializes in family trauma, and he understood my history better than anyone I'd ever dated. When I told him about my mother, he didn't try to convince me that family is family or that I should give her another chance. He simply listened, understood, and respected the boundaries I'd set. "You protected yourself," he said after I'd shared the whole story. "That takes incredible strength and wisdom, especially when you were so young." Our wedding was small and beautiful, exactly what we wanted. My father walked me down the aisle, and several cousins and extended family members attended. There was a moment when I wondered if my mother would try to crash the ceremony. But she didn't. Later, I learned from my cousin Lisa that she'd been devastated not to be invited. But she'd finally accepted that her actions had consequences. Becoming a mother myself has given me a completely new perspective on my relationship with my biological mother. Every day, I'm amazed by the fierce protectiveness I feel toward Emma. The idea of competing with her for anything, let alone romantic attention, is so foreign to me that it's hard to believe my mother ever thought it was acceptable. When Emma smiles, I want to celebrate her joy. When she accomplishes something new, I feel proud and excited for her future. When she's upset, every instinct I have is focused on comforting and protecting her. This is what maternal love is supposed to feel like. Not competition, not resentment, not the need to diminish your child, to elevate yourself. Real motherhood means wanting your child to surpass you, to be happier and more successful than you ever were. My mother never experienced that feeling, and I genuinely feel sorry for her because of it. She missed out on one of the most beautiful relationships a person can have because she was too damaged by her own insecurities to love me properly. My mother made attempts to contact me over the years. She sent a card when Emma was born, which I threw away without opening. She tried to friend me on social media multiple times using different accounts. She even hired a private investigator to find my address, resulting in a restraining order when she started showing up at my office. Each attempt at contact only reinforced my decision. A person who respected boundaries and had genuinely changed would have accepted my choice and left me alone. Someone who continues to stalk and harass their adult child after being explicitly told not to contact them is still the same manipulative person they always were. Last year, my father called to tell me that my mother had been diagnosed with early-stage Alzheimer's disease. He wasn't asking me to reconcile with her, just letting me know in case I wanted to process the information with my therapist. I felt sad for her, but not guilty about my decision to stay away. Disease doesn't erase the choices someone made when they were healthy. It doesn't magically transform an abusive parent into someone safe to be around. I've made peace with the fact that my mother will likely die without us reconciling, and that some family members will always think I'm cold or unforgiving because of it. What matters to me is that I've built a life filled with genuine love, mutual respect, and healthy relationships. Emma will grow up knowing that her parents adore her, support her dreams, and see her success as a source of joy rather than threat. She'll never have to wonder if the people who claim to love her are actually working against her happiness. That's the greatest gift I can give her, the security and confidence that comes from being truly loved and protected. Some wounds are indeed too deep to heal, and some relationships are too toxic to salvage. Recognizing when to walk away from people who hurt you, even family members, isn't giving up on love. It's choosing to love yourself enough to demand better. True motherhood, I've learned, isn't biological. It's emotional, protective, and sacrificial in all the right ways. My biological mother failed completely in that role, but I've surrounded myself with people who know how to love properly. And now, as I watch Emma chase butterflies in our garden, while James reads on the porch nearby, I can honestly say I found the peace and happiness I was always meant to have. Sometimes the family you create is more powerful than the family you were born into. And sometimes the greatest act of love is knowing when to say goodbye. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My cheating husband has a child with another woman and wants us to be one big family. Only I refuse for that to be my future. I found out months ago that my husband had cheated on me, and his excuse was that he was tired of only being intimate with me in order to have a kid, even though he's the one that wants one. We talked through it, and after a while I decided to forgive him as he promised it wouldn't happen again. I've had multiple treatments since then so I can get pregnant, and now that I am, it has only gone downhill from there. I have been struggling with hemorrhages and told my birth would be incredibly high risk. My husband has cared about none of this and has only pushed himself further away from me since the pregnancy announcement. For a while now, I have been caring for his sick mother who has hip surgery and is in almost constant pain. He's been making my life extremely difficult. He'll take our one car just to go out bar hopping or whatever with his friends and leave me stranded at his mother's. He claims he needs the car more than me and will just drop me off at her place and disappear for hours. A few days ago, his mom tried going to the bathroom on her own and she slipped and hurt herself. I tried calling my husband, as we had no transportation, and his mother doesn't have insurance, so I didn't want to call an ambulance. But of course he didn't pick up. I ended up getting a neighbor to help us by driving us both to the nearest hospital. She ended up needing to be admitted, and hours had gone by with no word from my husband. Eventually, my brother-in-law showed up to check on his mom and make sure everything was okay. I asked if he knew where my husband was because I was getting worried. He avoided eye contact and said it wasn't for him to say. I was confused, and I asked him to tell me if he knew something. That's when he came clean and told me my husband was at his other kid's gender reveal party. I was stunned and just looked at him like he was crazy. He went on to explain that when my husband cheated on me a few months ago, the woman ended up getting pregnant. Apparently, my husband has been providing for her, and they were doing a gender reveal party today to celebrate everything. He told me that his entire family knew, including his mother, and they had been keeping it from me so I didn't freak out. I was furious. I couldn't believe that I had been practically killing myself taking care of a woman who kept this big of a secret from me, that I was carrying my husband's child that was literally killing me, all because he told me he wanted a kid more than anything in the world. I was disgusted and called for an Uber to take me home. When my husband finally got home, I expected him to be apologizing to me, and I was prepared to reject all of it. Only, instead, he came storming and furious, accusing me of abandoning his mother in her time of need. I asked what the hell he was talking about. Apparently, his brother had to leave earlier and just assumed I was still around, so he left and their mother was left all alone in the hospital. I asked him if his brother happened to mention a conversation we had at the hospital. He admitted that he did, but he didn't expect me to take my anger out on his poor defenseless mother, that I was a horrible person for abandoning her, and that I had no right to be acting so petty. I told him he had no right to not tell me he had another kid with another woman. He said he couldn't stand to look at me and said we would discuss in the morning, then went to bed. I couldn't believe anything that was happening and got angry all over again. I packed a bag and took an Uber to my sister's house. I told her everything, and she let me stay over and promised she would have my back no matter what. The next day, my husband kept calling and calling, demanding that I contact him so we could have a very important conversation. I agreed to meet at a restaurant near our house, as I didn't want him to know I was staying with my sister. As soon as he sat down, he started talking about how grateful he was to have two amazing women that loved him, both pregnant with his children, and that he couldn't stand to leave his other child out in the cold. He told me he decided it would be best if we became a polygyny household. That way, we could all be one big happy family. I just laughed in his face. I told him I wasn't going to encourage his cheating and just be okay welcoming his mistress and her son into my home. He said it was his home too and he had every right to bring home whomever he wanted. I told him he was crazy and I wasn't okay with his plan in the slightest. He told me I'd better learn to be okay with it as this was something he had decided for me. I told him no and got up to leave. He grabbed my arm and yanked me down. He told me I had better not defy him or I'd come to regret it. I wrestled my arm away from him and tried to leave the restaurant when he slammed me against a table, hitting my stomach. I got the wind knocked out of me, and thankfully some good Samaritans stepped in to force him off of me. Two guys walked me outside to wait for my Uber while another detained my husband inside the restaurant so I could leave. As soon as I got to my sister's place, I started crying and she just held me. I told her I hated him and I couldn't stand to be pregnant anymore, that I didn't want to have a baby in the first place, and now I was stuck with something inside me that could lead to my death, all for a man who cheated and lied and was threatening my safety. She suggested that I go to the doctors and see if I was still able to get an abortion, as the pregnancy would qualify for an emergency because of my hemorrhages. I took her advice and my doctor said it was possible. I decided to go through with it and I planned to tell my husband and his entire family that I lost the baby because he slammed me into a table. I'd like to see if they still support him after learning that. I needed to organize my thoughts before taking action. Everything felt like a blur, but the anger and disgust I felt were as clear as day. I spent the following days at my sister's house trying to regain some sense of control over my life. Every call he made, every message he sent, only fueled my disdain. He insisted we needed to talk, but I knew there was nothing he could say to justify what he had done. When the moment arrived, I decided it was time to act. I invited his entire family to dinner at a neutral restaurant. I sent polite messages making it seem like I wanted to resolve the conflicts and that it was important to have everyone together. My sister thought I was losing my mind, but I reassured her that I knew exactly what I was doing. On the set night, I calmly got ready, choosing an outfit that exuded confidence. My heart was racing, not out of fear, but in anticipation of finally turning the tables. When I arrived at the restaurant, he was already there with his parents, brother, and even the mistress who looked uncomfortable. She was visibly pregnant and seeing her made my stomach churn, but I took a deep breath. This wasn't about her. It was about him. I greeted everyone with a fake smile and sat at the head of the table, strategically positioned to control the situation. As soon as everyone ordered their drinks, I stood up and lightly tapped my glass with a spoon, drawing their attention. Before we start, I'd like to thank you all for coming. I think we can all agree that it's time to lay everything out on the table, don't you? He looked suspicious but tried to maintain a calm facade. I began by talking about how I felt abandoned during the pregnancy and how I had been taking care of his mother while he was absent. My voice was controlled, but every word carried calculated weight. Then, without warning, I dropped the bomb. I lost the baby. I paused, letting the words sink in. And do you know why? Because the man I was supposed to call my husband slammed me against a table. The silence was deafening. I could see the shocked faces, the wide eyes of his mother, and the tense expressions of the others. He tried to interrupt, but I raised my hand. I'm not done. This wasn't an isolated incident. It was the culmination of months of betrayal, abandonment, and lies. And now he wants to turn this into a polygamous household where we all pretend everything is fine while he continues to live his life as he pleases. His mother started crying and his brother tried to intervene, but I continued, "You all knew. Every single one of you knew about his child with another woman, about the affair, and yet you let me care for her, ignoring everything I was going through. You have no idea what it cost me." He tried to defend himself, saying I was exaggerating, that losing the baby was an accident, but I was ready for that. I pulled out an envelope containing the doctor's documents confirming my health condition and the risks the pregnancy posed. I handed it to his mother, who turned pale as she read. "It's all here. Proof that he knew the risks and still treated me like garbage. This is the man you're defending." The mistress tried to say something, but I cut her off with a look. "You're as much a victim as I was. He used you just like he used me. The difference is now you know who he really is." He was red with rage, but couldn't do anything. I calmly stood up, grabbed my bag, and left them all there shocked and silent. Before leaving, I looked directly at him. "This is just the beginning. Enjoy it while you can, because I won't stop until you pay for everything." I returned to my sister's house that night feeling a mix of relief and determination. I knew the battle was far from over, He still had allies and I would need to be smart to face him, but for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was in control again. As I looked out at the city through the window, I thought of all the ways to expose more of his lies, destroy the illusions he had built, and ensure that no one else would fall victim to him. This was far from over. He still didn't know who he was messing with. After that night at the restaurant, I returned to my sister's house with a clear plan. I had already started the game, but I knew there was still much to do to ensure he paid for everything. My sister, the worried, supported me in every decision. It was time to take this to the end without looking back. The next day, I began preparing my next move. I called a lawyer and explained the situation in detail. He was horrified by what he heard, especially about the physical and emotional abuse I endured, and assured me we had more than enough material to build a solid divorce case. The goal wasn't just to protect my future, but to ensure he didn't walk away unscathed. While the legal process began, I decided it was time to confront his family directly. They thought they could continue ignoring the chaos he had caused, but I wouldn't allow it. One afternoon, while he was out, probably with his mistress, I went to his mother's house, bringing my sister along as a witness. I knew she wouldn't be able to deny the facts with someone else present. When we arrived, his mother was sitting in the living room with his brother and father. The atmosphere turned tense the moment I walked in. His mother tried to start with that fake sympathy she always used, but I cut her off. "Don't worry, I'm not here to pretend everything's fine. I'm here to set things straight. You knew everything, didn't you? You knew about the affair, the child, and yet you let me take care of you, using me like some kind of emotional maid." She went pale and started stammering, but I continued, "Don't come at me with excuses. You knew what he was doing and you still chose to cover for him. What was your excuse? That he's your son? That you didn't want to see the family fall apart? Well, guess what? It already has, and you had a hand in it." His brother tried to intervene, saying it wasn't fair to blame his mother, but my sister immediately jumped in. "Not fair? And what was fair to my sister? You all stood by while she was lied to, manipulated, and used. What kind of family does that?" His father, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. "It wasn't our intention to hurt you. We just wanted to protect the grandchild you were expecting." I laughed, but it was a bitter laugh. Protect? You didn't protect anyone but him. And guess what? There's no grandchild anymore. I lost the baby and he's the reason why. He slammed me against a table during an argument. Do you still think he's someone worth protecting? His mother started crying, but I had no empathy left to offer. This wasn't about her. It was about the weight I carried alone while everyone pretended everything was fine. I continued, "I'm divorcing him. I'm going to expose everything he did. Every lie, every betrayal, every act of violence. You all have a choice. Keep pretending he's a good man, or accept the truth and do something decent for once in your lives." I walked out without waiting for an answer. They could deal with their guilt however they wanted. That was no longer my problem. In the following days, things began moving quickly. My lawyer secured a restraining order against him, preventing him from coming near me or my sister. Additionally, we filed a divorce petition that included charges of abuse and emotional damages. But that wasn't all. I decided it was time to expose who he truly was to the rest of the world. I shared my story on social media, including details without names about how I had been betrayed, manipulated, and abused. The response was overwhelming. People who knew him began connecting the dots, and the story spread like wildfire. He, of course, tried to fight back. He claimed I was making everything up to ruin him, but the evidence was on my side. Text messages, photos, medical records, everything proved who he really was. The final blow came when the mistress also decided to walk away from him after realizing she was being used just like I had been. She publicly confirmed that he had lied to her about the situation and even about her marriage. When the dust finally began to settle, he was completely isolated. His family didn't come out unscathed either. His mother became seen as an enabler, someone who had covered up her son's actions, and his brother faced criticism for standing by and doing nothing. They tried to make amends with me, but I rejected every attempt at reconciliation. In court, the divorce was a spectacle. He tried to argue that I was to blame, that I was emotionally unstable, but my lawyer dismantled every lie with the evidence we had. In the end, the judge ruled in my favor, granting me not only the divorce but also substantial financial compensation for the harm he caused me. When I walked out of the courthouse that day, I felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. He was ruined financially, emotionally, and socially. He no longer had a family to support his lies nor a reputation to hide his true face. As for me, I finally felt free. With the compensation money, I started a new life far from that city and everyone who had been part of that nightmare. My sister came with me and together we started something new. I knew there were still wounds to heal, but for the first time in a long time, I could breathe. As for him, I heard rumors that he tried to start over, but his reputation preceded him. No one trusted him and everyone who knew his story avoided him. It was a fitting end for someone who built his life on lies. I looked out the window of my new home thinking about everything I had been through. There was still a long road ahead, but I was ready. He thought he could destroy me, but he didn't know he had awakened something in me, a strength he would never understand. And if he or anyone in his family ever thought about trying something again, I knew exactly how to respond. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I'm Elliot. I'm 28 and I've worked pretty hard to get to where I am. I don't mean I worked hard in the generic way people say to justify buying themselves a coffee. I mean I've been grinding since I was 16, picking up shifts after school, saving every extra dollar, and slowly building a life that I could be proud of. I don't owe anyone a dime and I don't take handouts from anyone either, which is important because my family loves to act like I'm somehow still a spoiled kid living under their roof, even though I've been on my own for years. For a while, I thought the distance helped. Fewer family dinners, fewer fake smiles, fewer arguments about how Elliot always thinks he's better than us now. I figured if I kept my head down and focused on my own life, I could just enjoy the rare times we all got together. But of course, that was wishful thinking. The story really starts about 3 months ago. My daughter, Leah, just turned 13. She's smart, shy, and loves drawing and digital art. It's her whole world right now. I'd been saving quietly for months to buy her a good laptop for her birthday. Not just a cheap one either, but a proper $2,000 machine that could handle the art programs she wanted to use. She had no idea I was getting it for her. I pictured her opening it, smiling, that huge smile of hers, and staying up all night drawing like I used to stay up playing video games as a kid. The problem was her birthday fell right around Easter this year, which meant the big, messy, over-the-top family gathering at my parents' place. You know, the kind backyard egg hunt for the kids, beer for the adults, way too much food, and way too many opinions flying around. I considered skipping it all together and just having a quiet weekend with Leah. But she wanted to see her cousins. So, I figured we'd tough it out for a few hours and then leave before the drama started. Except the drama didn't wait for us to leave this time. We showed up early because I promised to help Mom set up the tables outside. Leah stayed in the living room with her sketchbook while I hauled folding chairs out of the garage. Everything was fine, normal, even until my sister Amanda arrived with her 3 kids. Now, I'll be polite here. Amanda's kids are intense. They don't have many rules at home, and Amanda has a habit of laughing off whatever they do with, "Oh, they're just kids." Within 10 minutes, they pulled Leah's sketchbook out of her backpack and were scribbling on her drawings with markers. Leah came running outside, holding back tears, and I could feel my blood pressure spike. I took the sketchbook back, told the kids to knock it off, and expected Amanda to step in. Instead, she just shrugged and said, "Relax, Elliot. It's just paper. She can draw more." I wanted to say something right then, but I swallowed it. Big family day. No need to start a war. The rest of the afternoon was a slow boil. The kids kept pushing boundaries, running around, knocking things over, shouting, throwing candy at each other. At one point, Leah tried to plug in her phone charger, and one of them yanked it out of the wall just to see if she'd get mad. Every time, Amanda would just laugh. They're having fun. When it was finally time for dinner, I felt like I could breathe again. We all gathered around the long tables outside, food steaming in the middle. I had wrapped Leah's laptop in a big gift bag and set it on her chair, so she could find it when she sat down. She opened it carefully, at first confused, and then her face just lit up. "Dad, this is amazing," she said, hugging me so tight. I thought she'd never let go. I'd been waiting for that moment for months, but before I could even take a picture, one of Amanda's kids grabbed the laptop out of her hands. It happened so fast, I almost didn't process it. He ran toward the fire pit, the one we'd lit earlier for marshmallows, holding the laptop over his head, while the other two cheered him on. "Stop!" I yelled, but it was too late. He tossed it in like it was a frisbee. The sound it made when it hit the flames was sickening. Leah gasped, then just went quiet, staring. I jumped up, grabbed the fire poker, and fished it out, but the damage was done. The casing had already started to melt, and that's when I heard it. Laughter. Amanda was laughing. My parents were chuckling. My dad even said, "Well, maybe that'll teach her not to be spoiled." I couldn't move for a second. Leah was standing there shaking, tears rolling down her face. The laptop was ruined, and my whole family was sitting there acting like this was some kind of joke. I set the melted laptop down on the table slowly, carefully, and looked right at Amanda. She smirked and said, "Come on, Elliot. It's just a computer. You can buy another one. Maybe next time get her something she actually needs instead of spoiling her." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just smiled. And that's when the entire table went quiet, because they knew that smile meant something was coming. I didn't say anything right away. I just stood there with that little half smile that made everyone uncomfortable and sat back down next to Leah. I put my arm around her and pulled her close. She didn't say a word, just kept staring at the ruined laptop on the table. It wasn't just a piece of tech. It was hours of drawing she hadn't backed up yet, projects she'd been working on for weeks. Dinner carried on like nothing happened. The smell of roasted lamb and garlic bread hung in the air, but it all felt sour. I barely touched my plate. Leah didn't eat at all. Amanda's kids were laughing and running around again, chasing each other between the tables. My parents started talking about how kids these days needed less screen time anyway, and how maybe this was a sign from above. My dad even said, "When we were kids, we didn't need fancy machines. We played outside and turned out just fine." I almost reminded him that when we were kids, we also didn't have to worry about keeping up with homework portals, online group projects, or digital portfolios for art competitions. But what was the point? He wasn't interested in hearing me out. He was interested in moralizing. After dinner, I excused myself and walked Leah to the car so she could sit somewhere quiet. She clutched the sketchbook that had been scribbled on earlier, holding it like a lifeline. "Do you want to go home?" I asked her gently. She hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't want to give them the satisfaction," she whispered. She was tougher than I gave her credit for sometimes. I kissed the top of her head and told her to text me if she needed me, then walked back inside. That's when things went from bad to worse. Inside the kitchen, Amanda and my mom were standing by the counter, whispering and giggling. When I came in, they didn't stop. They just switched to that fake nice tone people use when they've been caught. "Oh, Elliot," my mom said, "don't look so serious. You're going to give yourself wrinkles. It was just a prank." "A prank," I repeated, keeping my voice even. Amanda crossed her arms and smirked. "You're acting like they burned down your house. It's just a laptop. If you didn't want them touching it, you should have waited until after dinner to give it to her. They're kids, Elliot. Kids get curious." "That wasn't curiosity," I said, feeling my jaw tighten. "That was mean. And it's not the first time they've done something like this. Last Christmas, they dumped juice all over Leah's keyboard, and you laughed then, too." Amanda rolled her eyes. "You're always keeping score. Maybe if Leah wasn't so uptight about her stuff, they wouldn't mess with it." "She's 13, I said. "She's allowed to care about her things. And I worked months of overtime to buy that laptop. It wasn't just a toy." Amanda shrugged, clearly done with the conversation. "Then buy another one. Problem solved." Before I could respond, my dad walked in with a beer and said, "Are we still on about this? Elliot, you have to learn to let things go. They're just kids." I glanced at the melted laptop sitting on the counter and then back at him. You think it's funny until someone throws one of your things in the fire. Dad took a swig of beer and said flatly, "Nothing I own is fragile enough to be ruined by a fire. I buy things that last." That was it. That was the moment I knew they weren't going to apologize. They weren't going to offer to replace it or even pretend to feel bad. The rest of the night was a slow drip of disrespect. Every time Amanda's kids ran through the house screaming, my parents would chuckle and say, "They've got so much energy. Isn't it great?" Every time Leah came inside, they'd find some way to tease her. "Still sad about your computer?" One of them would say, "Maybe you can draw on the walls instead." At one point, Amanda even pulled me aside and said, "You know, if you'd stop spoiling her, she wouldn't be so sensitive. You treat her like she's made of glass. Maybe she needs to toughen up." I stared at her for a long moment and said quietly, "I hope you remember saying that." By the time dessert rolled around, I was done pretending. I didn't eat, didn't speak, just sat there watching. I started noticing things I hadn't paid attention to before. How my parents lit up when Amanda's kids did something cute. How they completely ignored Leah. How they never asked her about school or her art. When Leah finally came back inside and sat next to me, she was quiet, but her eyes were still red. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and Amanda's oldest, who's 9, hyped up. "Why is she still sad? It's just a dumb laptop." Amanda laughed. "Because your cousin's dramatic, sweetie." I didn't even look at them this time. I just kept stroking Leah's hair and waited for the night to end. Eventually, Mom brought out coffee and started passing around leftovers. "Elliot, take some home with you," she said. "No thanks," I said evenly. "We're leaving." Amanda smirked, running away already. I stood up, helped Leah into her coat, and turned to face them. "No," I said. "I just think it's better if we go before something else of mine ends up in the fire." Dad scoffed. "Oh, for crying out loud. You're overreacting." I smiled again, that same smile from earlier, and said, "You keep telling yourself that." We left without another word. But the silence in that room as we walked out told me everything I needed to know. When I got home, Leah went straight to her room. I sat down at the kitchen table, staring at the empty gift bag I'd brought home with me. Something inside me shifted that night. I'd spent years trying to keep the peace, trying to be the bigger person. But watching Leah cry while everyone laughed at her broke something in me. And as I sat there, I started thinking about everything I'd done for this family over the years. The bills I'd covered when Amanda forgot to pay rent. The weekends I'd spent fixing up Mom and Dad's house. The times I'd bailed them out without asking for anything in return. The more I thought about it, the more that quiet smile started creeping back onto my face, because I realized I wasn't done yet. I had options and I had time. And if they thought throwing one laptop in the fire was the end of the story, they had no idea what was coming next. The next few weeks after Easter were tense, but strangely quiet. I didn't hear from Amanda or my parents, which wasn't unusual. We weren't exactly the daily call kind of family, but this silence had weight to it. Normally, Mom would text me a reminder about Leah's birthday thank you cards, or send a recipe she thought I'd like. This time, nothing. Not even a passive-aggressive message about moving on. Leah was doing better by then. I'd managed to buy her a cheaper temporary laptop so she could keep up with her schoolwork, but it wasn't the same. I caught her staring at the old melted one in the garage a few times, like she was holding a vigil for it. I told her I'd replace it when I could, and she nodded, but I could tell she wasn't just sad about the laptop. She was hurt by how everyone had treated her. The laughter, the teasing, that kind of thing sticks with a kid. Then about a month later, I got a call from my mom. I hesitated before picking up, but curiosity won out. "Elliot," she said in that falsely sweet tone she uses when she's about to ask for something. "Your sister is in a bit of a tough spot right now. They've had some unexpected expenses come up, and she was wondering if you could help out just for a few weeks." I almost laughed. "Let me guess. Rent again." "Well," Mom trailed off, "it's just until things stabilize. You know how hard it is for them with 3 kids. You're in a better position than they are." Couldn't help it. I actually did laugh this time. A short, humorless sound. You mean the same sister whose kids destroyed a $2,000 laptop last month while everyone laughed? Mom sighed like I was being unreasonable. Elliot, you can't hold on to that forever. It was an accident. It wasn't an accident, I said flatly. And no, I'm not covering Amanda's rent again. If she's struggling, maybe she can sell some of those fancy handbags she buys or cut back on her spa days. There was a long pause. Then Mom said, "You've changed. You used to be so generous with family." "I still am," I said. "Just not with people who think it's funny when my kid cries." That was the end of that conversation, or so I thought. A week later, I went to check my joint account, the one I had set up years ago to help my parents pay certain bills in case of emergencies. I didn't keep much in there anymore, just enough to cover small things if they needed them. And that's when I saw it. A withdrawal, a big one. Nearly $1,800 gone in a single transfer, straight to Amanda's bank account. I stared at the transaction history for a long time, my heart pounding. I hadn't authorized that. I hadn't even given them access to the account in years, or so I thought. Then it hit me. I'd given Mom the login info ages ago, back when I used to trust her with this kind of thing. I'd forgotten to change it. I called her immediately. "Mom," I said, not bothering to hide my anger. "Why did $2,000 just disappear from the joint account?" There was silence on the other end, then a faint, "Oh, that." "Yes," I said sharply. "Care to explain?" She sighed like I was inconveniencing her. "Amanda was about to get evicted, Elliot. We didn't have a choice." "You didn't have a choice. That wasn't your money to give. You didn't even ask me." "She's your sister," Mom snapped. "You're supposed to help her. You always used to step up when the family needed you." Something inside me went cold. "So now we're just taking money behind each other's backs?" "It's not behind your back," she said defensively. "You would have said no and she needed it." I let out a bitter laugh. "You're right. I would have said no because I'm not going to reward her for what happened at Easter. You all laughed at my daughter when she cried. You acted like her birthday present didn't matter. And now you expect me to bail her out like nothing happened." "She's family, Elliot," Mom said. "That comes first." "No," I said quietly. "My daughter comes first. And thanks to you, I can't buy her the replacement laptop I promised her this month. So, congratulations. You didn't just betray me. You punished Leah too." Mom didn't respond to that. She just muttered something about me being dramatic and hung up. I sat there for a long time staring at my phone, the fury boiling in my chest. It wasn't about the money. Not really. I could make it back. It was the principle. They had crossed a line. 2 days later, Amanda called me herself. "I hear you're mad," she said breezily, as if she hadn't just stolen from me. "Mad doesn't cover it," I said. She chuckled. "Look, I'll pay you back when I can, but you know things are tight right now. Maybe you should stop holding grudges. It's just money. You make plenty of it." I gripped the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. "Amanda, you didn't even apologize for what your kids did. You laughed. You mocked Leah. And now you've taken money I didn't agree to give you." She sighed like I was the difficult one. "You always make everything about you. Maybe if you'd been around more, my kids would respect your stuff. You're not exactly uncle of the year. You know, that was the last straw." "You're right," I said, my voice calm. Too calm. "I'm not uncle of the year, and you're about to find out what that means." I hung up before she could respond. I didn't yell. I didn't throw anything. I just sat there in my quiet kitchen smiling that same quiet smile I'd smiled on Easter Sunday. Because now it wasn't just about a laptop. This was about respect. This was about teaching them a lesson they wouldn't forget. And if they thought taking my money was going to make me roll over and play nice, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. After that phone call, something in me went still. Not calm, just still, like the air right before a storm breaks. For days I walked around in a haze. I'd go to work, come home, make dinner for Leah, and sit at the table with her, forcing myself to smile and ask about her day. She deserved that. She deserved a dad who was present. But the whole time my mind was elsewhere. playing the same conversation over and over like a broken record. You always used to step up when the family needed you. You're not exactly uncle of the year. The words stuck like thorns. That weekend, I drove out to the park with Leah just to get out of the house. We sat on a bench by the lake watching the ducks. She was sketching in her battered notebook, flipping past the pages that had been ruined at Easter. She'd salvaged what she could. Some of the drawings were half erased with angry scribbles layered over them like scars on paper. "Dad?" she asked after a while, not looking up. "Why do they hate me?" Felt like someone punched me in the chest. "They don't hate you, kiddo," I said quickly. She finally glanced up at me, her face serious. "They laughed when I cried. Grandma laughed. Grandpa laughed. And Amanda said I was dramatic. That's not what people do if they care about you." I swallowed hard. "You're right. They should have cared more. And I'm sorry you had to go through that." She closed her notebook and hugged it to her chest. "I don't want to go to Grandma's house anymore." "You don't have to," I said immediately. "We're done forcing ourselves to be around people who don't respect us." Her shoulders relaxed a little at that, but I could still see the hurt in her eyes. That night, after she went to bed, I sat in the living room in the dark, staring at the ceiling. My phone buzzed once. A group text from Mom about a family barbecue coming up, and I didn't even open it. For the first time in years, I skipped one of those gatherings. No excuses, no explanations, just didn't show up. And you know what? The sky didn't fall. Nobody called to check on me. Nobody asked if Leah was okay. A week later, Mom sent another text. "You missed a great cookout," with a photo of Amanda's kids roasting marshmallows around the same fire pit where my daughter's birthday present had burned. It was like salt in an open wound. At work, I found myself distracted. I was good at my job, dependable, organized, but my mind kept drifting back to the betrayal. I'd find myself staring at spreadsheets, thinking about that $1,800 that had been yanked out of my account without permission, thinking about how easy it had been for them to laugh at Leah's pain, and then turn around and use my hard-earned money to cover Amanda's bills. One afternoon, my manager pulled me aside. "Everything okay at home?" she asked gently. I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, just family stuff." She gave me a sympathetic look. "Don't let them drain you dry, Elliot. You're one of our best. But you've got to look after yourself, too." That stuck with me. That night, after Leah went to bed, I finally did what I should have done years ago. I logged into the joint account and transferred every last cent into my personal savings. Then I closed the account completely, sent confirmation emails to the bank, and deleted the login from my password manager. Then I opened a spreadsheet, the same kind of spreadsheet I used at work, and started making a list. Not just of money I'd given Amanda over the years, but every favor, every weekend I'd spent helping her move, every last-minute babysitting session, every loan that was never repaid. The total shocked even me. It wasn't just the money. It was the time, the energy, the emotional bandwidth I'd given without hesitation. I'd been their safety net for years, and the first time I said no, they laughed at me and stole from me. Anyway, I shut the laptop and sat there in the dark, letting the anger simmer. The next day, I started taking small steps. I called my insurance company and removed Amanda as an emergency contact. I checked the deed to my house and the beneficiary information on my accounts, making sure everything went to Leah. No one else. It felt cold doing those things. It felt like cutting pieces of my old life away. But with every step, I felt a little lighter. A week later, Amanda posted a picture on social media of her kids opening new tablets. Expensive ones. The kind that cost as much as Leah's melted laptop. The caption read, "Finally got the kids some tech so they stopped fighting over mine. LOL. I stared at that photo for a long time. My hands were steady when I took a screenshot and saved it. Not because I was going to confront her with it. No, I was past that. It was evidence, proof. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but I knew one thing. When I moved, it was going to be permanent. There would be no talking it out. No tearful reunions. Whatever I did next would set the tone for the rest of my relationship with this family. One night, Leah found me sitting at the kitchen table with my spreadsheet open. "What are you doing?" she asked. I smiled faintly. "Planning. Planning what? Making sure this doesn't happen again. She studied me for a moment, then nodded like she understood. Good, she said quietly. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. The anger was still there, sharp, electric, but it was starting to feel less like a weight and more like a tool, something I could use. Because I wasn't just going to walk away, I was going to make sure they knew exactly what they'd lost. And I was going to do it in a way they would never forget. The weeks that followed felt strangely peaceful. Not happy, not yet, but quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. For the first time in a long time, my life wasn't orbiting around family drama or last-minute emergencies. It was just me and Leah figuring things out together. With the joint account gone, I felt safer. I didn't wake up dreading bank notifications, wondering what had been drained overnight. I went through every single shared account, every utility bill, every subscription, and made sure there were no back doors left open. It was tedious, but by the end of the month, my finances were completely in my control again. That's when something surprising happened. I realized I had money to spare. See, for years I'd been funneling hundreds, sometimes thousands, into Amanda's temporary crisis. Without that drain, my savings started to grow faster than I'd ever seen before. After 3 months, I had enough not only to replace Leah's laptop with something even better, but also to finally upgrade my own ancient car, something I'd been putting off forever. I didn't rush out and buy anything flashy. I played it smart. I spent hours researching, finding the perfect machine for Leah, one with all the specs she dreamed of. When it arrived, I didn't make a big production out of it. I just left it on her desk with a note. For you. Keep creating. The look on her face when she found it was worth every penny. She hugged me so tight I almost fell over. For the first time since Easter, I saw her light up again. After that, things started clicking into place. Work noticed my improved focus and offered me a promotion. Nothing huge, but enough to bump my salary and give me more control over my schedule. With that came a new kind of confidence. I started saying no to things more often, not just to my family, but to anything that didn't align with what Leah and I needed. No to extra unpaid projects at work that used to drain me. No to neighbors asking me to wash their pets for free because you're home anyway. And every no felt like a brick being lifted off my chest. Then came the barbecue invitation. Mom sent another group text, this time about a big 4th of July celebration they were planning. Normally, I would have ignored it, but this time I typed back a single message. We won't be there. Have fun. It was amazing how fast the responses started coming in. Amanda, seriously, you're still sulking? Dad, this is getting ridiculous, Elliot. Mom, family is all we have. Stop holding grudges. I didn't reply. Instead, I spent that weekend taking Leah on a small road trip. Just the two of us, windows down, music blasting, stopping at little roadside diners, and sketching landscapes together. It was the first holiday weekend that didn't end with me exhausted or angry. That trip gave me clarity. See, up until then, I'd been thinking about revenge as this big explosive thing, something dramatic, cinematic, final. But sitting there on a picnic bench with Leah, eating ice cream, I realized I didn't need a grand gesture, at least not yet. I just needed to keep building our life until it was so solid that nothing they did could touch us. So I started working on that. I picked up a few freelance projects on the side, funneling the extra income into a savings account earmarked just for Leah's future. College, travel, whatever she wanted. I fixed up my house, replacing the drafty windows and painting the kitchen the bright color she'd been asking for. Slowly, my house stopped feeling like a crash pad and started feeling like a home. One evening, Leah and I sat on the porch watching the sunset. She was working on a digital portrait, the glow of her new laptop reflecting on her face. You seem happier, she said quietly. I am, I admitted. Do you feel safer now? She nodded. Yeah, I like it better when it's just us. Her words landed harder than she probably meant them to, but she was right. It was better when it was just us. That night, as I lay in bed, I realized I wasn't just healing. I was getting stronger, and with that strength came opportunity. One afternoon, completely by chance, I ran into a guy I used to know from high school, Derek, who now worked at a supplier company my dad's business relied on. We grabbed coffee and caught up. And somewhere in the middle of the conversation, he let it slip that Amanda and my dad had been having trouble keeping their accounts current with vendors. Honestly, he said, stirring his coffee, if they miss one more payment, we might have to drop them as a client. But hey, that's none of your business, right? He laughed. I smiled faintly. Right? None of my business. But in the back of my mind, gears started turning because maybe it was my business. Maybe I didn't need to storm into family gatherings and scream about what happened. Maybe I didn't need to demand apologies that would never come. Maybe the best revenge wasn't loud. Maybe it was quiet, strategic, methodical. Maybe it was letting them feel what I felt, powerless. That night, I pulled out my spreadsheet again. This time, instead of just cataloging what I'd lost, I started adding notes, contacts I had in the industry, opportunities one knew about that I hadn't shared with Dad's business, ways I could leverage what I knew to change the game entirely. For the first time, I wasn't just stewing over what had happened. I was thinking ahead. Leah peeked over my shoulder. What are you working on? I closed the laptop gently. Just making sure we're ready for the next chapter. She smiled and went back to her room, humming. And I sat there in the quiet, feeling that familiar smile spread across my face again. Not bitter this time, but sharp, focused, because I wasn't at rock bottom anymore. I was climbing, and when I reached the top, they were going to see just how far I'd come. Over the next several months, things began to shift in ways that felt almost too perfectly timed, like the universe was nudging me towards something bigger. At work, my promotion officially kicked in. And with it came access to certain industry contacts and resources that I hadn't had before. I wasn't just an employee anymore. I was the point person for a major supplier contract. That meant I was suddenly sitting in meetings with people who handled the same accounts my dad's business relied on. I didn't say anything about it to my family. I didn't need to. I just listened quietly, absorbing information. And what I learned painted a very clear picture. Dad's business was skating on thin ice. The industry was shifting. Contracts were becoming more competitive, and they had been barely keeping up with orders. They'd already missed 2 shipments that quarter, something I wouldn't have known if I wasn't in those meetings. I didn't intervene. I didn't warn them. Instead, I went home and opened that spreadsheet again, adding more notes, more connections, more leverage. I was building a web not to trap myself in their drama again, but to make sure that when I moved, I had the power to make it count. Meanwhile, Amanda's social media presence was as loud as ever. Pictures of self-care days at spas, weekend getaways with her husband, expensive brunches with her friends, all while I knew from that bank transfer incident that they'd been a breath away from eviction not too long ago. One post in particular caught my eye. A picture of her kids holding new puppies, grinning ear to ear. Welcome to the family, Daisy and Max. The caption read, 2 purebred dogs. I stared at that post for a long time before screenshotting it. Not because I cared about her buying dogs, she could spend her money however she wanted, but because it was another piece of the puzzle. Another example of how they always seemed to have money for luxuries, but came crying to me whenever the rent was due. Then came the breaking point. Mom called one evening while Leah and I were watching a movie. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something told me to pick up. Elliot, she said without even a hello. We need your help again. Amanda's car broke down and she needs a loaner until they can get a new one. Can Leah stay with you this weekend so we can drive them around? I muted the TV. Mom, I always have Leah. She lives with me. Mom huffed. You know what I mean? Can you drive them? They can't afford to rent a car right now. I almost laughed. You're asking me to drive Amanda and her kids around all weekend after everything that happened? It's what family does, Mom said, her voice sharp. Something inside me snapped. No, I said. Family doesn't steal from each other. Family doesn't laugh while a 13-year-old cries. And family doesn't use each other like free Uber drivers. There was a long silence on the other end before Mom said coldly, I'm sorry you feel that way. Click. She hung up. I sat there for a while, the room quiet except for the muted TV. Leah was curled up next to me, watching me carefully. You okay? She asked. I took a deep breath and nodded. Better than okay. I think I finally know what I'm going to do. That night, I stayed up late at the kitchen table, not just adding notes to my spreadsheet, but building an actual plan. Step 1, lock down every single piece of leverage I had. I updated my will and trust, ensuring that if anything happened to me, everything went straight to Leah with no interference from my parents. I met with a financial planner, moving certain accounts into places they couldn't touch. Step 2, position myself where my absence would hurt. My dad's business depended on a few key supplier relationships, one of which I now had influence over through my job. I didn't need to sabotage anything. All I had to do was stop going out of my way to smooth things over for them like I'd always done. Step 3, gather proof. I printed copies of every bank transaction where I'd bailed them out. Every text message where they'd mocked me for saying no. Every screenshot of Amanda flaunting her luxuries while begging for help. I kept it all in a neat folder. Not for revenge yet, but because I wanted a record. I wanted the truth documented. Around this time, Derek, the guy from high school, called me up. "Hey," he said, "your dad's company put in a big order with us, but we're not sure we can fulfill it on their timeline. They've been slow to pay lately, and the boss isn't happy." I nodded to myself. "Thanks for the heads up. Just thought you'd want to know," he said. "You always were the guy who kept things running." Not anymore, I thought. Meanwhile, Leah was thriving. She was entering art contests, winning a few, and even selling small commissions online. I was so proud of her. Watching her confidence grow lit something in me, reminded me why I was doing all of this. One evening, as I was cooking dinner, she came into the kitchen with her sketchbook. "Can I show you something?" she asked. She flipped it open to a drawing she'd been working on. A big tree with deep roots standing tall against a storm. "It's us," she said, shy. I looked closer. Sure enough, there were two little figures at the base of the tree holding hands. "It's perfect," I said, feeling my throat tighten. And it was because that's what we were now. Rooted, steady, no longer blown around by whatever drama Amanda or my parents stirred up. I was almost ready. I could feel it. And when the opportunity finally came, I wasn't just going to take it. I was going to make sure they understood exactly why it was happening. The setup was nearly complete. All I needed was the right moment to strike. And something told me, deep down, that moment was coming sooner than they thought. It happened on a Tuesday morning. The kind of day that feels ordinary until something clicks and you realize it isn't. I was halfway through my coffee when my work email pinged with a notice. The supplier meeting I'd been preparing for had been moved up. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but this particular meeting was about contract renewals, including the account tied to my dad's business. And because of my promotion, I wasn't just in the room this time. I was one of the people reviewing their payment history and performance metrics. I didn't sabotage anything. I didn't lie. I didn't have to. The numbers spoke for themselves. Late payments, missed shipments, an overdue balance that had been rolled over more than once. The company had been given warnings before, but they kept skating by, relying on goodwill and personal relationships. Only now, I was one of those relationships, and I wasn't going to cover for them anymore. When the discussion turned to their account, I stayed quiet at first, letting the other managers speak. Eventually, the regional director looked at me and asked for my input. I took a slow sip of my coffee, set the cup down, and said evenly, "Based on the data, they've been given 3 grace periods in the last 12 months. At this point, continuing the contract without a formal payment plan in place would be a liability." It was calm, professional, unemotional, but I knew exactly what it meant. No more special treatment, no more last-minute extensions. If they wanted to keep the account, they'd have to pay up front, something I knew would hit them hard. The motion passed. By the time I got home that evening, my phone had 3 missed calls from Dad and 1 from Mom. I didn't answer. Instead, I made dinner for Leah, sat with her while she worked on a new art piece, and waited. The next morning, Dad finally got through. "Elliot," he said, not even bothering with hello, "did you tell them to put us on prepaid?" I stayed quiet for a beat before answering. "No, I told them to treat you like every other client." "Big difference. You know, we don't have the cash flow for that," he snapped. We'll go under. I leaned back in my chair, staring out the window. Maybe you should have thought about that before you laughed while my kid cried and then helped yourself to my bank account. There was silence on the other end. You're punishing the whole family for one mistake, he finally said. I smiled faintly. No, Dad. I'm just done cleaning up after you. Click. I hung up before he could respond. That was step 1. Step 2 came a few weeks later when Amanda posted a long, dramatic Facebook status about how certain people had turned their backs on family and left them to struggle. The comments were full of her friends telling her how strong she was, how unfair it all was. I didn't reply publicly. Instead, I printed out every screenshot I had. The stolen money, the luxury purchases, the mocking texts, and sent a single envelope to Amanda's husband's office with a short note. Since you keep asking where the money goes, here's your answer. I didn't sign it. 3 days later, Amanda called me, furious. How dare you go behind my back like that? She shouted. You went behind mine first, I said calmly. Consider us even. She sputtered something about me ruining her marriage and hung up. I didn't feel guilty, not even a little. Step 3 was the most satisfying of all. I took Leah with me to a local art fair one weekend where she had a booth to sell her work. Halfway through the day, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Mom. She'd apparently heard about the fair through a mutual acquaintance and decided to drop by. I could feel Leah tense beside me, but I stayed calm. Hi, Mom, I said evenly. She glanced at the table of Leah's art, clearly surprised. I didn't know she was doing this. You wouldn't, I said. You've been too busy. Mom frowned. Elliot, we miss you at family dinners. I smiled. Then maybe next time you'll think twice before laughing at my daughter's pain. Her face went pale. Before she could respond, a customer approached to buy one of Leah's prints. I turned my attention back to them, effectively ending the conversation. When Mom left, Leah looked up at me and whispered, You didn't yell. Nope, I said, smiling. Didn't need to, because that was the point. I wasn't raging at them anymore. I wasn't begging for apologies or trying to make them see my side. I was living my life, building something with Leah, and letting the consequences of their actions catch up with them naturally. The calls kept coming over the next month. Dad trying to negotiate better terms with the supplier. Mom trying to get me to be reasonable. Amanda leaving me voicemails alternating between rage and tears. I didn't block them. I didn't engage. I just let them sit with the silence. And the longer they sat with it, the more desperate they seemed to get. One evening, Leah and I were having dinner when I got a text from Dad. We're selling the house. Hope you're happy. I stared at it for a long moment, then put the phone face down on the table and took another bite of dinner because I was happy. Happier than I'd been in years. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was finally in control. The text about selling the house sat in my phone like a brick for a day before I even acknowledged it. Not because I was indifferent, but because for the first time in years, it wasn't my problem to solve. It wasn't my job to fix what they broke. 2 weeks later, I heard through Derek that the sale had gone through quickly. Too quickly. Dad had apparently accepted an offer well below market value just to get out from under the debt before it swallowed them. Their business had been forced onto prepaid with not just my company's supplier, but 2 others, which meant they were bleeding cash flow. Amanda had quietly deactivated her Facebook account, which told me her marriage really had been shaken by the envelope I'd sent. Then came the call that changed everything. It was Mom again, her voice quieter this time, almost timid. Elliot, she said, can we talk? I hesitated, but agreed to meet her in person. Neutral ground, a little cafe downtown. When I walked in, she was already there nursing a cup of coffee like it was a lifeline. She looked older than I remembered, more tired. Thank you for coming, she said. I sat down, waiting. She took a deep breath. I owe you an apology. We all do. We laughed when we should have defended Leah. We took from you when we should have respected your boundaries. And we've paid for it. Her voice broke a little on that last part. And for the first time in a long time, I believed her. You sold the house, I said. She nodded. We didn't have a choice. Your father's business can't keep running the way it was. We should have listened to you sooner. We should have appreciated everything you did for us instead of expecting it. I let the silence stretch for a long time, watching her squirm. Finally, I said, "Do you understand now why I stopped helping? Why I stopped showing up?" She nodded, tears in her eyes. "Yes. And I'm sorry it took losing everything to get it through our heads." I studied her for a moment, then leaned back in my chair. "You can apologize to Leah yourself. She's the one who deserved better." Her eyes widened a little, but she nodded. "I will." We parted on neutral terms. Not warm, but not hostile either. A week later, I hosted a small dinner at my house. Not a family dinner, not like the old days. Just me, Leah, and a couple of close friends. It was the first time my house felt truly alive, full of laughter that wasn't forced or cruel. Halfway through the evening, there was a knock at the door. "Amanda." I almost didn't open it, but Leah glanced at me, curious, and I figured it was time to finish this. Amanda stood there on the porch, looking small, not angry, not defiant, just exhausted. "Can we talk?" she asked quietly. I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. She didn't waste time. "You ruined me, Elliot. My marriage is hanging by a thread. We had to rehome the dogs. The kids ask why we don't see you anymore." I crossed my arms. "You ruined yourself. I just stopped cleaning up after you." She swallowed hard. "I didn't know you'd actually let us fall. You always caught us before." "That's the problem," I said. "I kept catching you and you never learned how to land on your own feet." She flinched at that but nodded. I wanted you to know I'm sorry for the laptop, for taking your money, for all of it." I stared at her for a long moment before saying quietly, "Do you know what Leah asked me that night? She asked why you all hated her. She thought there was something wrong with her. She cried herself to sleep and you laughed." Tears filled Amanda's eyes. "I know. I can't take it back." "No," I said. "But you can teach your kids what respect looks like, because if they grow up thinking this is how you treat family, they're going to lose people the way you lost me." She nodded, biting her lip. I didn't invite her in. I didn't hug her. But I closed the door that night with something I hadn't felt in months. Closure. Inside, Leah was sitting at the table with our friends, smiling. When she saw me, she asked, "Everything okay?" I smiled, a real smile this time, and nodded. "Yeah, kiddo. Everything's okay." Dinner that night felt like a celebration, not just of the end of a chapter, but the start of something new. Weeks passed, and the calls from my parents slowed to a trickle. They never tried to guilt me again. Amanda stayed quiet, too, and I realized I'd gotten exactly what I wanted. Not revenge for revenge's sake, but a life where Leah and I were no longer the punchline to someone else's joke. The final quiet moment came one evening when Leah brought me a new drawing. It was of that same big tree she'd sketched months before, only now the storm had passed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the two little figures at the bottom were smiling. "Looks like we made it through," she said simply. I framed it and hung it in the living room right where the melted laptop used to sit before I'd thrown it away because we had made it through. And the next time my family tried to call, to complain, to pull me back into their chaos, I didn't answer. Not out of anger, out of peace. Because for the first time in years, I was exactly where I needed to be with the only person who truly mattered, building a life that no one could burn down again. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I'm Marcus, 31, and apparently the designated financial backup plan for my entire family. I work in cybersecurity for a mid-sized tech firm. It's not glamorous, but it pays well. Especially this year. I just landed a $15,000 end-of-quarter bonus for heading a successful ransomware mitigation. I've been thinking about using part of it to finally take that trip to Kyoto I've been dreaming about for years. That, or maybe upgrading my car, which has a mysterious clunk every time I reverse. But I hadn't touched the bonus yet. It was just sitting there quietly in my savings like a promise to myself. Then I got a text from my mom. "Dinner at Aunt Brenda's tonight. Just a casual thing. Wear something nice." Casual. Aunt Brenda's version of casual usually means plastic tablecloths and maybe a Spotify playlist if someone remembers to bring a speaker. I wasn't expecting much. I pulled up around 6:45. The street was packed. Cars were lining both curbs, and there was bass thumping loud enough to rattle my dashboard. For a split second, I thought maybe there was a block party. But when I walked up to Brenda's driveway and saw the balloon arch, I stopped cold. Surprise! Baby shower! A giant banner screamed in glittery gold letters. I blinked. People I barely recognized were already holding red cups and dancing. A DJ was blasting throwback hits from the early 2000s, and 3 folding tables groaned under the weight of catered food. There had to be at least 90 people here. Some of them were co-workers from my brother's job. A few were from my mom's church. There were even Instagram influencers taking selfies next to a professionally decorated photo wall that said hashtag of Mikey coming soon. Baby Mikey, my brother Brian's unborn son. I stepped inside, trying to find someone who could explain what was happening. I finally spotted my mom near the buffet table, holding court like some suburban queen. She looked at me like I was the last one to show up for my own surprise party. There you are, she smiled wide, then added under her breath, "Did you bring a gift?" "I thought this was just a casual dinner," I said. She gave a dramatic sigh. "Well, technically it is, just with a bit more love." I didn't laugh. "Where did all this come from?" I asked, gesturing at the DJ, the catered food, the personalized party favors, and the banner with my brother's face photoshopped onto a cartoon baby. "Oh, don't be so dramatic, Marcus," she said, like I was asking why the sky was blue. "It's for family. You wouldn't want your little nephew's first big celebration to be disappointing, would you?" Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. I stepped away and checked my phone, opened my banking app, and there it was, $10,200 gone. Multiple transactions, all within the last 4 days. Catering, event planning service, balloon company, venue deposit, which I'm pretty sure was illegal since this was Aunt Brenda's house, DJ rental, even a $400 influencer partnership fee. All charged to my card, my personal savings card. I felt my face go cold. I never gave anyone access to that account. Except, I turned back to Mom. "You used my bonus." She didn't deny it, didn't flinch. She just gave me this look like I was being unreasonable. "It's for family," she repeated as if that answered everything. "And don't act like you can't afford it. You never do anything with your money anyway." I stared at her, at my brother across the room giving a toast with a mimosa in hand like he was some kind of celebrity, at the cake shaped like a baby bottle with "Thanks, Uncle Marcus" written in blue icing. And I felt empty. All those hours I worked, all the overtime, all the stress and pressure and migraines. That bonus was supposed to be mine. A reward, a breath of fresh air after a long grind. And they took it like I was just a walking wallet, not even with permission, just assumption, entitlement. I didn't say a word. I left the party without touching the food, without saying goodbye. When I got home, I stared at my laptop for a full minute before I started typing. I filed a fraud report for every transaction. I froze all connected cards, changed every password, removed every authorized user. Yes, even Mom, who I'd once added as an emergency contact to make her feel included. Then I opened a shared folder of my budget records just for kicks and scrolled through all the past expenses I'd covered. Rent top-ups, grocery runs, Brian's car insurance, Dad's dental bill, even the time Mom needed a little help paying for a one-time church fundraiser that turned out to be a cruise. They always framed it as helping the family, but I was never asked, just expected. I wrote one email, just one subject line. "You made your choice." I attached screenshots of the charges, the fraud reports, and the emails confirming their reverse transactions. Then I added a little note. "This was not your money to take. I'm done being your safety net." I sent it at 1:13 a.m. By 6:50, my phone was vibrating nonstop. 32 missed calls. Text from Dad. "What did you do?" A voicemail from Mom that started with, "Marcus, this is not how we handle things in this family," and ended with what sounded suspiciously like a sniffle. But the kicker, the banging on my apartment door at 7:05 a.m. Brian pounding so hard I thought he'd crack the frame. I didn't open the door. I watched as Brian shouted into the hallway, waving his phone like it was a weapon. like he could force the money back into his account by sheer volume. I didn't flinch, didn't say a word, just waited, leaning against the wall, arms folded. Eventually, he ran out of steam and left, muttering something about calling Mom. I already knew she was blowing up my inbox. 8 unread emails, all subject lined with varying levels of guilt. We need to talk. You're being ridiculous. I'm your mother. I spent the rest of that morning in silence. No music, no TV, just me, my laptop, and a fresh mug of coffee while the chaos brewed outside. I didn't reply to anyone. I didn't have to. The damage was done. But I wasn't just going to let them stew. I wanted them to understand why. At noon, I forwarded a detailed itemized list to the family group chat. It included every transaction made without my permission with dates and timestamps. I highlighted and read the charges for Influencer Package Tier 2, for Instagram Posts Plus Story, and Premium DJ Experience, 5 hours. Then I attached a screenshot of my savings balance. What was left of it? A little under $5,000. All that remained after months of grinding. The message I sent with it was short. If you think this is acceptable behavior, you've misunderstood who I am. This isn't a conversation. It's a conclusion. 3 people left the group chat within the hour. Brian didn't. He kept sending voice messages, each one more pathetic than the last. The first was angry. The second was full of excuses. The third, that one was my favorite. Come on, man. It wasn't even my idea. Mom said you'd be fine with it. I thought you'd be proud. You know that you helped. You always help. He said it like that. You always help. As if that made it normal. As if that was a job I'd signed up for and not something they forced onto me year after year until I stopped questioning it. And I realized something in that moment. It wasn't just about the money. It was about the expectation. The way they saw me. Not as Marcus, not as a brother, not even as a son, just a debit card with legs. The texts didn't stop. That night, Mom called 15 times. Then Dad tried. Then Aunt Brenda. I didn't answer any of them. But the guilt-tripping voicemails rolled in like clockwork. Marcus, this is your family. Don't throw us away over some money. You're embarrassing us. What are people going to think? Your nephew's baby shower is ruined. Ruined? Can't you just let it go? Let it go like they hadn't stolen from me? Like I was the one overreacting. But they weren't ready for what came next. Because I wasn't just done with their theft. I was done with being their crutch. The next day, I went into full audit mode. I opened up every joint account, every authorized payment I'd been covering quietly in the background for years. I made a list. Mom's gym membership, Dad's phone plan, Brian's Netflix account. Funny, he never even asked for the password. Just logged in one day and stayed there. I cut everything. I emailed every service provider, changed every password, transferred my checking account to a new bank entirely, and canceled the old card. I even pulled the home insurance I'd been paying for on the family house, just temporarily, since they just needed help for a few months. It had been over 2 years. By the end of the week, they weren't just blocked from my finances. They were blocked from me. That Friday night, I turned off my phone, opened a new browser tab, and finally did it. I booked a solo trip to Japan. A 2-week getaway. No family. No drama. Just me and the sound of Kyoto rain on temple rooftops. Felt like breathing after months of being underwater. But of course, they couldn't let that go. The next morning, I was woken by a knock on my door. Not pounding this time, just steady, persistent. I checked the peephole. It was Mom. No makeup, puffy eyes, hair pulled back in a messy bun that looked like she hadn't slept. And standing just behind her, arms crossed and looking equally defeated, was Dad. She knocked again. I didn't move. I didn't say a word. But she started talking anyway, voice trembling like she thought maybe I was right behind the door, maybe hoping guilt alone would pull the lock open. Marcus, we didn't mean to hurt you. We just thought it was for family and we thought you'd understand. You always do. Silence. She kept going. I told Brian to use your card. I thought you'd be okay with it. You always help. There it was again. That phrase, you always help. As if being kind once meant I'd signed a lifetime contract. As if saying no made me selfish. As if my value was tied entirely to how convenient I was for them. I watched her shoulders slump. She waited another minute, then walked away. I stayed at the door long after they were gone, just listening to the silence. It was the loudest piece I'd ever heard. But the story wasn't over, because later that night, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. No voicemail, no text. Just one missed call and a sinking feeling in my gut. Then another. Then another. Then a text finally came through from Brian. "You need to see this." I opened the attached photo. And when I did, I just sat there staring at it, because in that photo was something I never expected. It was a photo of a letter, handwritten, folded once like it had been tucked inside something. At the bottom, in smeared ink, was my name, Marcus, in my mother's handwriting. But the letter wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed about me. I zoomed in. If he ever finds out, we'll just say we didn't know. He never asks questions. He just fixes things. That's what Marcus does. My stomach dropped. I scrolled down to the rest of the message. It was scrawled in a familiar, messy rush, like Mom had written it while pacing. The ink was blotchy in places, like she'd pressed too hard. Some lines were crossed out. Others were underlined twice. Brian says we should tell him the baby shower was just a surprise, but I already used the money. I told the planner it was fine. We had the funds. Marcus got that bonus. I'm not asking. Not again. He'll forgive me. He always does. Besides, it's not really stealing if we're family, right? I stared at the text for a long time. At first, I thought it had to be a fake, a joke, but I recognized the stationery. Mom's weird floral print notepads, the ones she ordered in bulk from those catalog mailers that still think it's 1996. She used them to leave notes for the house cleaner and the landscaper when I was growing up. They were hers. And that handwriting, that was definitely hers, too. Then Brian sent another message. Found it in Mom's desk when I was trying to get into her old phone. She doesn't know I saw it. I didn't reply. Couldn't. My fingers hovered over the screen, but nothing I could type felt like enough. Not anger, not betrayal, not even disbelief. Because deep down, I think part of me always knew. The way they treated me, it wasn't just obliviousness. It was calculated, strategic, like I was a chess piece they kept on the board just long enough to sacrifice at the right time. This letter was proof. Not a misunderstanding, not a mistake. A choice. They chose to use me, to take my money behind my back, to lie if they had to. And worse, they believed I'd always forgive them. Always. I put the phone down, walked to the kitchen. I don't even remember pouring the glass of water. I just remember my hand shaking. Not with rage, exactly. More like the ghost of something colder. Something final. I opened my laptop again. I had already cut off their access. I had already blocked them from my finances. But now I needed to block them from me. I pulled up my email and started typing methodically, carefully, with the same clarity I use when drafting incident reports at work. No emotion, just facts. The subject line, a final note. The body of the email, you didn't just spend my money. You spent my trust. You planned it. You wrote about it. You decided I was too predictable to push back. I don't care if you were just trying to help the family. I am part of this family, too. And I will no longer be the one who sacrifices so everyone else can stay comfortable. This isn't me being cruel. This is me being done. If you reach out again, do so through a lawyer. Marcus. I hit send. Then I deleted the group chat thread, archived all the voicemails, and blocked every number except one, Brian's. I hesitated on that because, as messed up as he was, he'd sent the letter. Maybe out of guilt? Maybe self-preservation? Maybe because he was scared he was next on the chopping block? Whatever the reason, he cracked the illusion and he gave me the one thing I never expected from my family. Proof. But as I sat back down on the couch, still gripping my phone, a new message popped up from Brian. This one wasn't about the letter. It was a screenshot, an email from Mom sent the night after the baby shower. Subject line, emergency. Marcus might find out. The body. If he freezes the accounts before the refunds come through, we're done. I need you to convince him it was all a mix-up. Tell him I didn't know about the charges. Play dumb if you have to. He'll believe you. He trusts you. Do not let him feel betrayed. If he cuts us off, we lose everything." Brian didn't say anything else. No apology, no defense, just the screenshot and a single message beneath it. "Didn't know she sent this. Just found it now. Do what you got to do." I stared at the screen, and in that moment I realized something. They never thought I'd walk away. They thought I couldn't, but I was already gone. I sat with that last message for a while. The screenshot, the subject line, the desperation in Mom's words. It all felt surreal, like the final puzzle piece I didn't want but needed. I always suspected she could be manipulative, but I'd never seen it in writing. Never seen the strategy spelled out so clearly. The twisted idea that all it would take was one lie, one well-acted apology, and I'd fold like I always did. Except this time I wasn't folding. This time I was burning the whole playbook. I didn't reply to Brian's message. I didn't need to. He'd done his part. Maybe out of guilt, maybe just to save himself, but he cracked the dam wide open, and I wasn't patching it back together. Instead, I forwarded the email to myself, then printed it along with the letter he'd sent earlier. I tucked them into a folder labeled Personal Records, not because I planned to sue anyone, at least not yet, but because I wanted a reminder, physical proof that I wasn't imagining things, that I wasn't overreacting, that my family chose to betray me. I needed that clarity because walking away is one thing. Staying away, that's the hard part, especially when they try to crawl back in. And oh, did they try. It started with the phone calls, mostly from Aunt Brenda, who tried the classic, "I'm neutral in this, but just want the family whole again" routine. Then came the texts from cousins I barely talked to, suddenly checking in, dropping phrases like, "We're worried about you," and, "Your mom only meant well." But the worst was the envelope that showed up a week later. No return address, just my name written in Mom's handwriting. Inside was a 4-page letter. The first 2 pages were a rambling mess. Half apology, half emotional blackmail. She wrote about how hard it was raising 2 boys on a tight budget. About how I was always the quiet one, the reliable one. About how she didn't mean for things to spiral and only wanted to make the baby shower special. She never used the words, "I stole from you." She never admitted she lied. She just kept saying how disappointed she was that I let money come between us. But page 3 is what sealed it. "We had no choice, Marcus. You have so much and Brian has always struggled. I just thought if we didn't take care of this for him, who would?" That sentence, "We had no choice," it echoed in my mind for days. Like there was some universal rule that having more meant I owed them. That I was obligated to compensate for Brian's mistakes, his laziness, his entitlement. That my success was just a tool for their convenience. That I didn't get to keep what I earned. That I didn't deserve to. Page 4 was blank. Just her signature at the bottom. As if she thought that was enough to close the book. I didn't write back. I shredded the letter. A few days after that, I made an appointment with a therapist. First session was over Zoom. The second one was in person. By the third, I found myself saying things I didn't even realize I'd been carrying for years. How I was expected to be the peacemaker, the fixer, the quiet one. How Brian could fail upwards for his entire life and still be treated like royalty while I was the family ATM machine in slacks. How every major moment in my adult life was either overshadowed, hijacked, or dismissed by my family in some way. My first promotion, my new apartment, even the time I got published in an industry journal. Mom once said, "Oh, that's nice," and then launched into a 15-minute rant about how Brian's ex-girlfriend was trying to keep him from seeing his dog. That therapy appointment was the first time I said aloud, "I think my family never saw me as a person." The therapist didn't even flinch. She just nodded and said, "That sounds incredibly painful." It was, but it also felt like lifting a weight off my chest that I didn't even know I'd been carrying since I was a teenager. In the weeks that followed, I started reclaiming parts of my life. I filed a formal fraud report with my bank, and within 3 weeks, the full $10,200 was returned to my account. I also set up identity theft monitoring just in case. I contacted every service I'd been covering for my parents and made sure all accounts were fully transferred or closed. I even got a new phone number. It was tedious, but worth it. The quiet that followed was strange. At first, I kept expecting the next explosion. A call, a letter, a knock on the door, but none came. Eventually, the silence settled in like a warm blanket. Not absence, peace. I started going out more, bought myself a camera, and picked up photography again. Something I hadn't touched since college. I stopped checking my old group chats, stopped waiting for guilt to knock on my door. It never did, or if it did, I didn't answer. And when the trip to Kyoto finally came, I went 2 full weeks alone. I visited shrines in the early morning when the world was still foggy and quiet. I ate in ramen shops where nobody knew my name. I walked through gardens, took photos of cherry blossoms, and sat beside koi ponds for hours doing absolutely nothing. No demands, no guilt trips, just me. And for the first time in my adult life, that was enough. On the last night, I sat under a lantern-lit bridge in Gion and scrolled through the photos I'd taken. One caught my eye, just a simple shot of my reflection in the water. Blurry, off-center, but something about it felt right, like I was finally seeing myself clearly. Not the fixer, not the wallet, not the reliable backup plan, just Marcus, 31 years old, independent, whole. When I got home, there was one last envelope waiting for me. This one wasn't from Mom. It was from Brian. No return address, just a folded note and a photo. The note said, "I'm moving. Got a job offer in another state. Wanted you to have this. I know I don't deserve anything, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry and thank you." The photo was from the baby shower. A candid shot of me standing near the entrance, the moment I realized what was happening. My face said it all. Shock, confusion, hurt. I didn't even remember someone taking it. But written on the back in his handwriting was one last message. "You deserved better than this." I didn't cry. I didn't call him, but I tucked the photo away. Not as a memory of betrayal, as a reminder of why I'll never go back. Because forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting, and boundaries aren't cruelty. They're healing. My family made their choice. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Marcus. I'm 32. And yeah, I'm the guy who pulled his name off the mortgage after my mom told me flat out that I wasn't welcome at Christmas. But let's rewind a bit, because this didn't just come out of nowhere. This story's been building for years, like a slow leak in a ceiling pipe that finally burst one winter night, soaking everything I thought was stable. I've always been the good son. Not the favorite, definitely not that, but the reliable one, the steady one, the one who shows up when the car breaks down or when someone needs help filing taxes. My younger brother, Tyler, he was the one who got away with everything. Total golden child. If I came home late in high school, it was disrespectful. When he stumbled in at 3 a.m. smelling like a brewery, it was boys will be boys. I learned early on that my place in the family was more functional, less loved, more useful. After college, I landed a solid IT job and started saving like crazy. I didn't party, didn't travel much, didn't even upgrade my car. I was determined to buy a house before I hit 30. And I did. Well, kind of. That's where the story really starts. When I was 28, my mom called me during lunch one day, said she had an idea, and I already knew what that meant. She'd always call things ideas, when what she really meant was, "I want something from you, but I'm going to make it sound like it's good for both of us." This time, the idea was that she, my stepdad, Ree, and Tyler had found the perfect house, but they couldn't afford it alone. "It has enough space for everyone," she said, like we were the freaking Brady Bunch. "We could build real family roots here. You could finally have a home office. And think about it, no more rent." The house was gorgeous, I won't lie. 2 stories, big backyard. Even a tiny sunroom that I instantly imagined filling with plants and books. The catch, of course, was that I'd be footing most of the bill, but they spun it as an investment for me. They said they'd cover the utilities and groceries while I handled the mortgage. Tyler would get back on his feet soon, Mom said, and start contributing too. Ree had some work issues, but he was figuring things out. The whole thing reeked of uncertainty, but I was tired of throwing money into a rental. And honestly, A part of me just wanted to believe my family could work as a team. So I said yes. I put my name on the mortgage, paid the down payment myself, moved in with them, and for a little while it was okay. We had dinners together. Tyler was civil. My mom even seemed proud of me. That's probably what kept me going. I didn't realize I was buying into an illusion. The first crack showed about 6 months in. Tyler still wasn't working. Said he was between opportunities, which is code for playing Call of Duty until 3 a.m. and blaming capitalism for everything. Ree started leaving early in the morning with vague references to a gig. But there was never a paycheck. Utilities went unpaid, groceries got thinner, and whenever I brought it up, Mom would tilt her head and say things like, "Well, you're the one with the good job, Marcus. You can handle it, can't you?" I tried not to blow up. I really did. I kept telling myself it was temporary, that they'd find work soon, that I just had to be patient. But I started feeling less like a homeowner and more like an ATM with a bedroom. It didn't help that they acted like the house was theirs. Tyler invited friends over constantly. Ree changed the locks without telling me. My mom rearranged my office while I was out of town for work and turned it into her reading nook. The day I found her going through my mail just to check if there was anything important, I nearly lost it. Still, I bit my tongue. My therapist, I'd started seeing one, said I had to set boundaries, so I did. I printed out a budget, highlighted what I was paying and what they weren't. I asked them to start pitching in. Nothing huge, just a couple hundred each month. They acted like I was asking for a kidney. "We're your family," Mom said. Like that was some kind of get-out-of-jail-free card. I know. I told her that's why I've let it go on this long. Tyler rolled his eyes and muttered something about me being obsessed with money. Ree didn't even show up to the conversation. After that, things got weird, cold, passive-aggressive. Tyler stopped talking to me unless he needed Wi-Fi fixed. My mom would make dinner but forget to make enough for me. They started having these little family meetings when I wasn't home, and I'd come back to find changes in the house. Furniture moved, chores reassigned, a no shoes in the living room rule that somehow only applied to me. But the real blow came last November. I'd been swamped with work and looking forward to Christmas. My job had been hectic, and all I wanted was a quiet holiday. I'd even bought decorations, nothing crazy, just a tree, some lights, a wreath for the front door. I set everything up one Saturday morning while they were out. That night, they came back and acted like I'd set fire to the living room. "Why didn't you ask us first?" Mom said, her arms crossed, glaring at the tree like it had insulted her. "I thought we were celebrating together," I said, confused. "We decided not to do Christmas this year," Tyler chimed in. "It's a waste of money." We all agreed. Mom added, "No one told me," I said. "Well, maybe if you were around more," she snapped, "you'd know what's going on." I felt this numb kind of silence settle in my chest. I just stood there looking at the lights blinking behind her. She had this tone like I was the outsider, like I barged into their space with my tree and my joy and ruined everything. But I swallowed it. I packed up the decorations, took down the wreath, told myself it wasn't worth fighting over. I even convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, next year would be different. And then came this past week. I got home from a business trip and found the living room decked out in lights. Stockings hung over the fireplace, Christmas music playing. They were decorating the tree together, laughing. I stood in the hallway watching them for a second, thinking maybe they were trying to surprise me. But then I heard my mom say, "It's so nice not having Marcus around to ruin the vibe." I didn't even know what to do. I walked in and everything went quiet. "Oh," Mom said flatly, "you're back early. Guess I missed the memo about not doing Christmas again," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't even flinch, just looked me straight in the eye and said, "We're not celebrating Christmas with you this year." Just like that. I don't know what she thought I was going to do. Get angry, cry, beg to be included. I just nodded, walked to the kitchen, pulled out my laptop, and while they went back to decorating the tree I wasn't invited to, I logged into my mortgage account, clicked Remove Co-Borrower, and when it asked if I was sure, I didn't hesitate. Not for a second. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because the moment they realized what I'd done and what it meant, the masks came off. That was when everything exploded. It didn't take long. 3 days later, I was eating lunch in my office when my phone started blowing up. First, it was a text from Mom. "Marcus, what did you do to the mortgage?" Then another, this time in all caps. "You're being dramatic. This isn't funny." I didn't reply. Not right away. I just stared at the messages, the words blurry for a second like my brain was buffering. I'd expected them to notice eventually, but I hadn't expected panic, and I definitely hadn't expected it this fast. I figured maybe I'd have a week tops before they realized the implications. I didn't even think they'd care that much, but apparently they did. My mom tried calling next. I let it ring. Then again, I ignored that one too. Finally, a voicemail came through. I don't know what I expected, some kind of apology, maybe. "Nope. Marcus, you're being vindictive. This house is a family home, not some financial weapon you can use to punish us. I raised you better than this. Call me back." That last line made me laugh out loud. I raised you better than this. As if the irony wasn't thick enough to spread on toast. By the time I got home that evening, the house was quiet. Too quiet. Normally, Tyler would be gaming and Ree would be pretending to fix something. But now, nothing. Just the faint hum of the fridge and the smell of burning something in the kitchen. Probably one of Ree's infamous experimental stews. I walked in like I always did, set my keys down, kicked off my shoes. I didn't expect a full ambush in the living room, but there they were. Mom, Ree, and Tyler, all sitting stiffly on the couch like they'd rehearsed a courtroom intervention. "You need to fix this," Mom said without looking at me. "Hi, Marcus. Welcome home," I said flatly, dropping my laptop bag by the stairs. "Don't play games," Tyler snapped. "You messed with the house stuff. That's illegal." I raised an eyebrow. "Illegal? You mean updating the title on a house I paid for? It's not just yours," Mom hissed. "We've all lived here. We've made it our home. You've lived here for free," I said. "That's different." Ree finally spoke, voice low. "You're making a mistake, son." "I'm not your son," I said without thinking. The room went still. That one hit. Ree looked away, and my mom's face changed. Not sadness. Not hurt. Just cold. Like a mask she'd worn too long and forgot how to take off. "After everything we've done for you," she said quietly. That's when something in me snapped. "You mean like gaslighting me into paying your mortgage while you turn me into the family punching bag? Or is it the part where you threw Christmas like a party and uninvited me from my own house? Help me out here." "Don't be dramatic," she said again. Always that phrase, like it was a sedative she could inject into any uncomfortable truth. I walked past them to the kitchen, opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water. My hands were shaking slightly, but not with fear. It was a different kind of adrenaline, controlled, focused. I could feel something shift in me, like a line had been crossed that couldn't be redrawn. "You know," I said, leaning against the counter, "I used to think this was my fault, that if I just worked harder, paid more, kept quiet, I could earn a place in this family." "Marcus." Mom started, her tone suddenly softer. Too soft. Practiced. "But I get it now." I cut in. "You don't want a family. You want a landlord who doesn't ask questions. And that's not me anymore." I took a sip of water and looked at each of them. Tyler was red in the face, bouncing his knee like a kid in detention. Ree was unreadable, the kind of quiet that comes from years of checked-out indifference. And Mom, she looked like she wanted to say something clever, something cutting, but the words weren't coming. So, I helped her out. "I've spoken to a lawyer," I said. "Technically, you're all still tenants. But there's no lease, which means you've got 30 days to figure something out." Pure silence. "You're evicting your own mother," she said, voice trembling now. "After all I've done for you? You stopped being a mother the moment you treated me like a wallet." The room stayed frozen for a moment, like even the furniture was waiting to see what would happen next. And then Tyler stood up fast, knocking over the coffee table with his knee. "This is insane, man. You're not serious. You can't do this," he shouted. and I could see the cracks forming, his cool, slacker energy melting away into pure panic. I can, I said calmly. And I will. I turned and started up the stairs, ready to lock myself in my room and let the rest of the night pass in silence. But as I reached the top, I heard my mom's voice one last time. You think you're so righteous, she called up. But you'll regret this, Marcus. Families don't forget. I stopped just for a moment. Then I turned back toward the hallway, not far enough to see her, just far enough for her to hear me. Good. I hope you remember every second. I closed the door behind me and sat down at my desk, breathing slowly. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was tense, like the air before a storm, because this wasn't over, and they were about to push back harder than ever. The next morning was the kind of quiet that felt wrong. Not peaceful, more like the air in a room after a huge fight where every sound feels louder than it should. I could hear someone moving around downstairs, clinking dishes just a little too hard. Passive aggression served up with toast. I didn't go down. I wasn't in the mood for round two, and I knew they weren't either. Not yet. But the silence was only the calm before they regrouped. And sure enough, by that evening, the real campaign had begun. Started with Mom sliding a letter under my door. Yes, a literal letter in cursive. It was 3 pages long, written on stationery she usually saved for birthday cards. The opening line, I'm writing this as a mother who loves her son, not someone trying to control him. Yeah. Okay. The letter was a masterclass in emotional manipulation. Paragraph after paragraph about how much she'd sacrificed for me, how she'd worked 2 jobs after my dad left, how she never complained. She did actually, how I used to cry when I scraped my knee and how she was always there to pick me up. Then came the guilt. How heartbreaking it was to see our family fall apart. How my actions were tearing everyone down. How I had let money turn me cold. It ended with, I just want my son back. Please don't do this. I sat there reading it, my chest tight, not because I believed her, but because part of me still wanted to. That was the problem with my mom. She didn't raise me with love. She raised me with obligation. And those roots are hard to rip out. I didn't reply. The next day, it escalated. Ree caught me coming out of my room and stood there in the hallway like some makeshift bouncer. You know, he said, arms crossed. This isn't just your house. We've put in a lot of work here. I blinked at him. You replaced a light bulb last month. He didn't like that. His face tightened. This isn't the way families handle things. No, I said, brushing past him. But it's how landlords handle unpaid tenants. That afternoon, the thermostat was mysteriously locked. My mom suddenly decided the upstairs bathroom was off limits. The laundry schedule got switched without notice. Petty stuff, childish stuff, but it kept building. I found Tyler using my computer in my office one night, just sitting in my chair, looking through my browser tabs like it was totally normal. What are you doing? I asked, trying not to raise my voice. He looked up like I'd interrupted something sacred. Relax. Just checking something. You always act like you own everything. I do own this, I said sharply. Yeah, he said, standing up slowly, his voice turning low. Well, maybe it's time you stop acting like the king of the castle. You're not better than us, Marcus. I just stared at him and he added, one day you're going to be the one asking for help. And I hope you remember this moment when we say no. It was almost funny. Help from them. I wanted to laugh, but all I did was close the door behind him and lock it. That night, I started sleeping with a chair under the handle. I wish I could say that was paranoia, but the next morning, I woke up to find my bedroom door frame scratched near the lock like someone had tried jamming it. That's when I stopped playing nice. I started documenting everything. Photos, texts. I set up a camera in the hallway, pointed at my door. I printed out state tenancy laws, highlighted every clause that gave me the right to issue a notice. And I started planning an exit, not just for them, but for me, because even when they were gone, I knew this place would feel like a graveyard of tension, a haunted house of unresolved resentment. 2 days later, the final straw came. I got home from work, walked into the kitchen, and stopped cold. They had gone into my fridge, my shelf where I kept my stuff separate, and dumped out every container. Tupperware, yogurt, leftovers from the Thai place I liked. All of it in the trash. The shelf was wiped clean. A note was taped to the door. One word, community. No signature, just that. I didn't yell. I didn't storm through the house or demand answers. I went upstairs, opened my laptop, and sent the formal notice to vacate. Printed a copy, slid it under the living room door where they were watching some reality show. 5 minutes later, I heard Tyler yell, "What is this?" I didn't answer. Not that night. But I knew they'd come knocking. And when they did, they brought backup because the next phase of their plan, that's when the extended family got involved. The night after I handed them the official notice, I knew I wasn't going to get peace. They weren't going down quietly, not this crew. I just didn't realize how far they'd go to turn the narrative. It started with Aunt Deborah. She called me the next morning, voice dripping with forced sympathy, like she'd already chosen a side but was trying to make it sound neutral. "Marcus, sweetie, I heard there's been some tension at home. Your mother's very upset. She said you're kicking them out." I took a deep breath. "They've been living in my house rent-free for almost 4 years, Deborah. They've contributed nothing. I'm just asking them to take responsibility for once in their lives." She paused. "I just don't think it's very Christian, honey, especially this time of year." There it was. The guilt. The classic family tactic. Make you feel like the villain while they rewrite the script in real time. Over the next week, I got texts from 3 cousins I hadn't heard from since 2019. 2 of them were just checking in. One sent me a passive-aggressive Bible verse. Even my grandmother, who hadn't been lucid for 2 Thanksgivings in a row, somehow recorded a voicemail that said, "Marcus, don't do this to your poor mother." I should have been furious, but instead, I felt clear, like something had finally snapped into focus. This was the system, the web, the emotional pyramid scheme where my mom was always at the top, spinning her version of reality and getting everyone to buy in. And I was done subscribing. So, I stopped replying to everyone. I went to work, came home, documented everything, waited. The 30-day clock ticked down, and with each week, the temperature in the house dropped. Figuratively and literally, Mom had taken to forgetting to turn on the heat. Tyler slammed doors, resulked. The air was thick with unspoken things, but I kept to myself, slept with my door locked, cooked my own food, and waited. 3 days before the move-out deadline, I posted a calm, fact-based thread on Facebook. No rage, no drama, just the truth. "Hey everyone, just wanted to clarify something that's been floating around the family grapevine. 4 years ago, I agreed to share a home with my mom, stepdad, and brother. I paid the full down payment and have covered 95% of all expenses since. Despite multiple attempts to create a shared system of responsibility, I've received nothing but manipulation and passive aggression in return. After being excluded from family events in my own home and seeing my boundaries repeatedly violated, I issued a lawful notice to vacate. This was not done out of spite, but out of self-respect. I wish them the best, but I'm done sacrificing my peace to preserve someone else's fantasy of family." And then I logged off. That thread didn't just stop the family guilt campaign. It nuked it. A few people tried to keep it going, but most backed off when they saw the receipts. Screenshots, emails, pictures of damage. I didn't name-call or air every dirty detail. I didn't need to. The facts spoke loud enough. When move-out day finally came, I didn't gloat. I didn't even speak. I had a friend with a truck help me carry their stuff, what little of it was actually worth keeping, to the driveway. I packed it all myself, carefully labeled. No drama. Tyler came out and shouted something about family betrayal, but I didn't answer. Ree kept his head down. Mom just stared at me with a look I couldn't quite place. Not anger, not sadness, more like disbelief. Like she still thought I'd cave at the last minute. I didn't. They drove off mid-afternoon. No hugs, no final words, just the sound of tires crunching the gravel as they disappeared down the street. When the car turned the corner, I closed the door behind me, locked it, and stood there in the silence. It was the quietest the house had ever felt. No stomping from upstairs, no late-night video games vibrating through the walls, no gaslighting, no guilt. Just me. And for the first time in years, I realized what that meant. Peace. Over the next few weeks, I cleaned, repainted walls, got new locks, reclaimed my office, turned the second guest room into a music space like I'd always wanted. I even put the Christmas decorations back up just because I could. I had friends over for the first time in forever, hosted a game night, watched dumb movies on the projector in the backyard, laughed more in 1 month than I had in the last 3 years, and I slept better than I had in a decade. I still get the occasional text from someone hoping we can all make amends, but I don't bite. I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I'm just done. Because sometimes walking away is the revenge. Living well, setting boundaries, and choosing peace over performance, that's how you win. So yeah, we're not celebrating Christmas with you this year, she said. Cool, I replied. And now I celebrate it exactly how I want. With joy, with music, with people who show up and mean it, and without a single passive-aggressive stalking in sight. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My mom left a voicemail. You're out. Don't come back. We're moving forward without you. I texted back. Noted. Then I withdrew my authorization from the family trust, flagged their shared bank account, and removed my name from the real estate deal I had funded. By the next morning, there were 79 missed calls and a message from their lawyer that read, "We have a serious problem." I laughed loudly and replied. At that moment, I was ready to erase them from my life completely. No hesitation, no regret. The way they handled it, so cold, so casual, made it nearly impossible to control myself. It was like they'd been waiting for the perfect excuse to get rid of me. And now that they had it, they didn't even try to fake compassion. I was at work when the voicemail came through, just 10 seconds long. My mother's voice was flat. Not angry, not emotional, just finished. You're out. Don't come back. We'll live without you. I played it twice to make sure I heard it right. She didn't say my name. She didn't say why. Just those words, like they'd been rehearsed. I didn't bother calling back. I knew that tone. I knew when something was final. So, I replied with 2 words of my own. Got it. Then I went to work. The first thing I did was log into the trust account. I was the one who set it up, after all. They didn't understand how it worked. They just knew it existed and that I told them it was for the family's future. I revoked my consent. That trust couldn't operate without my signature. All their plans, future investments, tax shelters, even the emergency access clause were frozen in an instant. Next came the joint account. It was meant for emergencies to help my parents if something happened, like when my dad broke his wrist on the job last year. Lately, though, I'd noticed grocery runs, online shopping, even restaurant charges. I shut it down completely and locked it with 2-factor authentication tied to my personal email. The balance dropped to 0. That was my money anyway. Then I pulled out of the real estate deal. We were in escrow on a small 2-story just outside of Portland. My name, my credit, my down payment. They wanted a place to retire, and I agreed to help them buy it on the condition that it would be in my name until they could pay their share. I called the agent and had my name removed from the agreement. She was shocked, but I didn't explain. No one gets explanations when they send a 10-word exile over voicemail. By the time I got home, it was done. My name was off everything. I expected some fallout, maybe a few angry texts. What I didn't expect was to wake up to 79 missed calls. My phone buzzed nonstop the moment I turned it on. The first call was from Dad, then Mom, then a string of unknown numbers and 1 voicemail from their lawyer. We have a serious problem. Please call me back. I didn't. I stood in my kitchen and laughed. It wasn't bitter. It wasn't forced. It was relief. For once, they had a problem that I didn't have to solve. Around noon, the text started. From Mom, "We didn't mean it like that." From Dad, "It was just a misunderstanding. Let's talk." From my sister, nothing. That silence from her said more than anything. I knew it wasn't a coincidence. She had been dropping hints for weeks, talking about how we should streamline things and simplify the ownership of the house. She'd always been good at putting things in a way that made her sound helpful. That was her thing. Get close, act innocent, manipulate. I used to defend her even when she didn't deserve it. But now I started connecting the dots. The new tension at home hadn't come out of nowhere. It had a source, and I had a sinking feeling I was staring right at it. She had always been jealous of how much trust our parents placed in me. I handled the money, the logistics, the plans. She was always decorative, around but not involved, until now. Now she had them convinced I was the problem. And whatever she told them must have been serious enough to make them throw me out without a conversation. But she underestimated one thing. I don't come back when I'm thrown out. I come back when I want to burn it all down. The silence didn't bother me. In fact, I welcomed it. After everything they said or didn't say, I figured we all needed space, they to panic, me to think. I didn't answer their calls. I didn't open their texts. I didn't even listen to the rest of the voicemails piling up. I waited. I wanted to see how long it would take before desperation started leaking through their facade. Took 3 days. That morning, my phone lit up with an alert from the building's security. My dad was at the front gate. He had no reason to be there. I watched him through the camera feed. He didn't try calling me. He just stood there shifting his weight, checking his phone, then looking up like maybe I'd appear in a window. He waited for almost 10 minutes. I didn't buzz him in. Later that night, I found a folded note taped to my door. It was from my mom. Her handwriting was unmistakable, neat and slanted, like she was still in Catholic school. The note didn't say much. A lot of vague apologies. A few lines like, "We didn't mean to hurt you, and please don't make any decisions you can't undo." I read it once and dropped it in the trash. No explanation, no accountability, just more soft language designed to pull me back in. Still nothing from my sister. I didn't expect her to reach out. She was probably busy celebrating what she thought was a win. She'd managed to push me out of the trust, the house, the family dynamic, and she'd done it quietly, without confrontation. That was her style. Behind-the-scenes sabotage dressed up as helpfulness. I decided it was time to make a move. I called the real estate agent we'd been working with. She answered immediately, cheerful at first, but her tone shifted the second I asked her to send a formal withdrawal notice to my parents. She hesitated, said she didn't want to get in the middle of a family conflict. "You're not in the middle," I told her. "You're a paper trail." She sent the email. I didn't need to see their reaction. I imagined it well enough. The cold shock of seeing something in writing, something irreversible. It was one thing to ignore a voicemail or a text. It was another to receive a legal notice saying your son had officially backed out of the one thing keeping your finances above water. The next morning, my mom tried calling again 6 times, all unanswered. By the afternoon, their lawyer emailed me. Just one line stood out. "There's more to this than you think." I sat with that for a while. More to this. So I waited. That night, my sister finally broke her silence. She texted me a single sentence. "I hope you're proud of what you've done." I stared at it. No punctuation, just enough venom to confirm what I already knew. She had been behind everything. And now that things weren't going the way she'd expected, she was starting to lose grip. She thought I'd come crawling back or blowing up with rage. What she didn't understand was that I had no intention of coming back at all. Not until the damage was complete. The next day, I ran into one of my dad's old friends at a gas station. We hadn't spoken in over a year. He smiled, asked about the house, then casually dropped a line that stuck with me. "I heard you pulled out of the deal because you couldn't handle the financial pressure." Rough stuff. I smiled. I didn't correct him, but in my head, it clicked. She was already spreading her version of events. That's when I called our old accountant. The one we used before my sister pushed us to switch to someone younger, trendier, more proactive. I set up a meeting and showed him the trust paperwork I still had copies of. He remembered every detail. When I asked what could sabotage the trust from the inside without being obvious, he gave me a cautious look. Said he didn't want to get involved, but then he offered one hint. If someone gave the wrong kind of information to your parents and made it seem like it came from you, that could easily tilt everything. That was all I needed to hear. Now I had a direction. She'd been playing puppet master, feeding them lies, stirring up paranoia, maybe even forging a few details, all to get me out of the way. But what she didn't realize was that the minute she made me an enemy, she stopped being safe. I didn't need to scream. I didn't need revenge. Not yet. I just needed to wait for the perfect moment to make her own story fall apart in front of them. I didn't have to dig long. The cracks started to show faster than I expected. First came a call from the new accountant, well, their accountant now. He left a voicemail asking if I could clarify a few discrepancies in the trust paperwork and bank activity. I hadn't spoken to this guy once before. Why would I need to clarify anything? I didn't call him back. Instead, I forwarded the message to my old accountant. He called me within the hour. Sounds like someone tried to amend the trust, he said. Without my signature? I asked. That's the part that doesn't make sense. He couldn't confirm who had initiated the changes, but it was obvious someone had attempted to push through modifications under the radar. Someone who didn't understand that, despite all the emotional mess, my legal authority hadn't disappeared just because I went quiet. The moment he said that, I knew who it was. I knew she'd tried to step into the role I built. I just didn't expect her to do it so carelessly. It got better. The next week, I went to lunch with a cousin I barely talked to. She messaged me out of the blue, saying she'd heard something odd and wanted to run it by me. She didn't know the details, just that my sister had been telling relatives that I was cutting the family off out of greed, that I didn't want to share anything, and that I'd always been controlling. I laughed. She used the word controlling because it sounded dirty. She knew people would believe it. That was the trick. You don't accuse someone of anything too extreme, just enough to change the story. But people talk, they compare stories, and things started to unravel when she made a mistake. She told one version to my uncle, another to my cousin. Slightly different timelines, different motivations, same target. Me. I didn't say anything publicly. I didn't start a family group chat war. I waited. Then came the moment I didn't expect but couldn't have planned better. An email from the real estate agent. She'd accidentally CC'd me on a reply to my sister. My sister had apparently contacted her trying to see if the property could still be salvaged without me on the contract, and casually implied I'd pulled out due to mental instability. That's when something in me snapped. Mental instability. That's how she was framing it. She was trying to discredit me to the one person who could confirm how much I'd put into that house. The one person who knew I was the reason the deal was even possible. I replied directly to the agent, copied my lawyer, and attached proof of all payments I made toward the deal, including a forwarded email from months earlier showing that the whole thing was my idea to begin with. The agent replied within an hour, her tone stiff and professional now. She thanked me for the clarification and said she would not be engaging in any further non-transactional communication with my sister. I knew what would happen next, and I was right. That night, my phone rang. Mom again. I let it go to voicemail. Then Dad, then finally my sister. I picked up. She jumped right in, accusing me of trying to destroy everything and playing the victim, just because she asked a few questions. I let her rant. Then I asked one thing. Why'd you lie about me to the real estate agent? Silence. Then she hung up. That was the first real crack, the one I could use. I didn't know yet what exactly she told our parents, but it had to be something personal, something believable, something that made them turn on me without a second thought. I just had to get them to say it out loud, and then I'd burn it down. It happened sooner than I thought. The following Sunday, my mom called again. I let it ring. Then I saw a text. Please, just give us 5 minutes. No accusations, no yelling. 5 minutes. That was all I needed. I called back. They were on speaker. I could hear the tension before anyone spoke. My dad started fumbling through a half-prepared statement about how things got out of hand. My mom cut in, saying they never wanted to hurt me, that they were just reacting to what they were told. That was my opening. Told by who? I asked. Silence. Then my dad cleared his throat. Your sister said you were planning to take full control of everything, that you were trying to leave us with nothing, that you said we were dragging you down. I couldn't even react. I was too stunned at how specific and stupid that lie was. I kept my voice calm. When did I say that? Your mom hesitated. She said you told her a few weeks ago, in the car after that argument at dinner. There had never been a car ride. There had never even been an argument at that dinner. We'd eaten in awkward silence and left in separate cars. It was such a clear, dumb fabrication that I almost laughed. Instead, I asked, Did it ever occur to you to ask me? They didn't respond. She also told us you'd already met with a lawyer about cutting us out of the trust. My dad added. That you wanted her to take over once we were pushed out. That's when I knew she hadn't just bent the truth. She'd reversed it. She took everything she was doing behind the scenes and pinned it on me. And they bought it because it was easier to believe their son turned greedy than admit their daughter was manipulating them for a bigger slice. I didn't yell. I didn't explain. I said, "Meet me tomorrow. All of you. No excuses. I'll bring the documents. You bring the lies." They agreed. The next evening, we sat at their dining room table. I had a folder with bank statements, email printouts, and the forwarded message from the real estate agent where my sister casually implied I was mentally unstable. She sat across from me, arms crossed, defiant, like this was still her stage. I started with the agent's email, then the payments I made, then the texts she'd sent to relatives. Each time I laid something down, I didn't speak. I let the words do the work. My mom stared at the table. My dad kept glancing at her like she might save the moment. Then I finished with the last document. A forwarded message from our old accountant confirming that a recent attempt had been made to alter the trust by someone pretending to have joint authority. That was the final straw. My sister looked like she wanted to speak, but for once she didn't know what to say. I stood up. "You wanted me out. Congratulations. Now you're out." I turned to my parents. "She lied. And you let her. You believed her because it was easier than talking to me." No one argued. My mom finally spoke, her voice quiet. "We didn't know. You didn't ask," I said, and walked out. 2 days later, I got a text from my dad. Just one sentence. "We've removed her from the trust." Then from my mom, "We were wrong. Please come back." I didn't reply right away. Letting her twist the knife had taken planning, but making them see it had taken patience. And now that the spell was broken, I wasn't finished yet, because forgiveness doesn't cancel consequences. 3 days after they removed her from the trust, my sister showed up at my office. I didn't know how she found the address. I moved locations a year ago and hadn't told anyone. Maybe she dug through old emails. Or maybe she followed me. Either way, she stood in the lobby like nothing had happened, like she had a right to be there. She asked for 10 minutes. I gave her 5. She walked in smiling, all fake, calm, as if this was just some silly misunderstanding between siblings. She said she understood now that things got a little out of hand and that our parents had overreacted. She never admitted to lying. She danced around it, blamed confusion, stress, emotions. Then she got to the point. She wanted to make things right, not with me, with the business. She actually believed she could still be part of the family business now that she was officially out of the trust. She asked if I'd consider giving her a small role. She even said, "It'll show Mom and Dad that we're still strong as a family." I almost laughed. I stood up, walked to the file cabinet, and pulled out a folder I hadn't touched in months. It was an old draft of a business proposal she had once begged me to look at. Some flaky pitch for a lifestyle brand she thought would go viral. She'd asked for funding. I'd said no. I handed her the folder and said, "Start your own." She flipped through the pages, confused. Then she looked at me, finally realizing this wasn't a detour. This was a dead end. "You think you're punishing me?" she asked. "No," I said. "Not yet." She stormed out. I didn't stop her. That evening, I called the accountant again, asked him how long it would take to formally transfer controlling interest in the business accounts away from the family collectively into a 2-person structure. Me and my dad. No loopholes, no access for anyone else. He said it could be done by the end of the week. I waited for the paperwork to finalize. Then I made a move no one saw coming. I called my parents and asked them to meet me. Just us. We sat down over dinner and I told them the full extent of what I had uncovered. Emails, messages, the fake timeline, the forged intent to alter the trust. I laid it all out. And then I said something they didn't expect. "I'm willing to bring everything back. The trust, the house, the joint ownership, but only if she's completely cut off." My mom looked uneasy. My dad didn't. He just said, "Done." And with that, it was official. That same week, I reinserted my name into the real estate deal. The agent was surprised but pleased. Financing went through quickly this time. My credit, my assets, my control. I didn't tell my sister. Instead, I let her find out from the public property records. She sent one text the next morning. "You stole it from me." I didn't answer. Later that afternoon, her best friend, someone I'd known for years, sent me a message. Just one line. "She's been trying to get a loan. No one will co-sign." I smiled. The house she wanted to take from me, mine again. The trust she tried to hijack, rebuilt without her. The business she tried to get in on, sealed off permanently. And no one was coming to save her. Not this time. 3 quiet weeks. Not a word from her. After everything, after the lies, the manipulation, the smear campaign, my sister disappeared into silence. I expected another move, maybe some legal threat or another behind-the-scenes attempt to twist the narrative. But there was nothing. Not even a fake apology. She was out of options. Meanwhile, my parents and I were slowly repairing what was left. We started with small things. Coffee on Sundays, helping them sort through their moving paperwork, conversations about the past without flinching away from it. They stopped defending her, not because I asked them to, but because they saw it all now, clearly, without filters or excuses. One night, my mom brought out the old folder with the original real estate agreement. She asked if I'd consider restoring the original plan with me, her, and my dad sharing ownership of the new house. I didn't say yes right away. Instead, I drew up a new structure, full ownership under my name with a written, notarized agreement granting them full living rights. No expiration, no rent, no strings. If something happened to me, a legal clause would allow them to remain without any threat of the property being contested. No one, especially not my sister, could ever touch it. They agreed without hesitation. It wasn't just the house now. It was a reset. The next week, I walked into the title office, signed the revised documents, and saw my name back where it should have been. The house was ours again, mine to secure, theirs to live in. She wasn't just out. She was legally locked out of everything. The trust was finalized 2 days later. It now included only me and my parents. The clauses were ironclad. Any attempt to interfere would trigger an automatic freeze and full audit. Our accountant made sure of that. Then came the voicemail from a blocked number. I let it go. When I checked it later, her voice was tired, smaller than I remembered. "I'm sorry things turned out like this," she said. "You've made your point. I just hope someday you can be mature enough to move on." I deleted it. There was nothing to move on from. I had nothing to prove to her. She took her shot, tried to get me out of the picture, and now she was outside looking in. My dad later told me she called him too. Said she had a new business idea and needed money to start over. She didn't ask to come back into the family, just for support. He told her no. There was no long explanation, no dramatic pause, just no. That was the first time in my life I saw him draw a line without flinching. The day we moved into the new house was quiet. No celebration, just me and my parents unloading boxes, figuring out who gets which room. My mom hung a photo of the 3 of us from 10 years ago, one of the few where we looked like a real team. She said she was tired of pretending things hadn't changed. We were different now, wiser, a little bruised, but whole again. A few days later, her old best friend sent me a message. Apparently, my sister had been reaching out to anyone who would listen, people she hadn't spoken to in years, trying to paint herself as the victim. She said she'd been cut out of everything unfairly, that I'd manipulated our parents, that I'd stolen what was hers. Nobody was buying it. The friend sent a final message. "Whatever you did, she's completely alone now." I didn't reply. There was nothing left to say. This wasn't about revenge anymore. This was about making sure the door she slammed behind me was the same one that stayed shut on her. She wanted control. She wanted leverage. She thought she could push me out and step in cleanly, smiling like she'd earned it. But now she had no seat at the table, no access, no name on any papers, no story anyone believed. And the 3 of us? We were home. Mini update. It's been a month since we moved into the house. Things have finally leveled out. My parents and I have a routine now. It's quiet, easy. We don't bring up what happened. Not because it's uncomfortable, but because we've moved past it. They trust me again, and I've stopped waiting for the next betrayal. She's gone completely silent. No texts, no calls. I heard through someone that she's renting a small place. Tried launching something on her own, but it didn't go anywhere. She burned every bridge she had. The trust, the house, the business, everything is locked down, stable, mine. I don't feel angry anymore, just clear. She thought cutting me out would get her everything, but now she has nothing. And that's exactly how it should be. Now on to the next story. Story 7. At the family gift exchange, I handed my sister a letter. I'd paid for her final semester so she could graduate on time. She read it, looked around, and said, "He thinks money can make up for the fact that we don't need him." The room laughed. I took the letter back and said, "Guess you'll have time off next spring." 15 minutes later, she was crying in the hall. My parents' faces paled. But we're family. My sister always expects something expensive from me. Jewelry, designer crap, cash if she's really lazy about pretending. This year, I gave her something better. Or at least I thought I did. When it was my turn to give out gifts, I walked over and handed Megan a plain white envelope. No wrapping, no ribbon, just her name on it in black ink. She looked confused, then suspicious. I sat back down. She opened it, pulled out the letter, read it once, then again slower. Inside was a one-paragraph note I'd written explaining how I'd found out she was $8,300 short on tuition, how she already missed her first payment for spring semester, and how I'd paid the whole thing off so she could graduate on time. I even included a copy of the transaction and the confirmation from her university. She finished reading, looked up, dead quiet in the room. Then she laughed. Not a nervous laugh, not a grateful laugh, an ugly mocking laugh. She held up the letter like it was a joke and said, "He thinks money can make up for the fact that he doesn't need us." Everyone laughed with her. My dad actually clapped. My mom covered her mouth, eyes watering with laughter. Even Grandma Susan let out a little snort like Megan had just won the round. I didn't say a word. I just stared at all of them. Then I leaned forward, reached out, and calmly took the letter back. I said, "I guess you'll have some free time next spring." And that was the moment the room flipped. The laughter stopped. My sister's smile froze. My dad's face shifted like someone had yanked a rug out from under him. My mom whispered something I didn't hear. Megan just stared at me like she didn't understand what had just happened. 15 minutes later, I passed the hallway on my way to the front door. Megan was sitting on the floor crying. My mom was kneeling next to her trying to comfort her. My dad was pacing. Both grandmothers were sitting on the stairs watching like they couldn't decide if this was drama or tragedy. I opened the front door. My dad stepped in front of it. "Where do you think you're going?" he said. I told him I was leaving. He said, "Not after that little performance. You ruined Christmas." My mom nodded behind him. Megan called out, "You're seriously just leaving?" I looked at all of them. The hallway, the staircase, the fake garland that still had dust on it from last year. I closed the door, took off my coat, walked back to the table and sat down. Everyone followed. I said, "Here's how it's going to be now." Nobody moved. My sister was still red-faced, sniffling, trying to save whatever pride she had left. My mom looked like she couldn't decide whether to cry or slap me. My dad looked like he was winding up for one of his fake righteous monologues. But I wasn't giving him the chance. I stayed seated, calm, like I wasn't the one who just flipped the entire room upside down. I started with the basics. I said, "For the past few years, I've been the emergency fund for this family. Whether you admit it or not, you've all gotten comfortable with the idea that if something goes wrong, Kevin will fix it. Megan's tuition? Fixed it. Groceries when Dad lost his job? Fixed. New washer, new fridge, a bunch of plane tickets, 2 cars you couldn't afford to repair? Fixed. Fixed. Fixed." I looked at each of them one by one. No one argued, just blank stares. I leaned back in my chair. "That ends tonight." I let it sit for a second. Megan looked down at her lap. My mom shook her head slowly. My dad's jaw tensed like he wanted to punch something, but knew he couldn't afford to break another wall. Then I added, Oh, and since we're all being honest now, you two owe me $3,000. I loaned it to you last spring when you said you'd hit a rough patch. You promised you'd pay it back in a few months. My dad immediately cut in. We said we would, and we will. I nodded. Good. I'd like to see that happen, but I'll be honest with you. I've written it off in my head already. That hit harder than I expected. My mom flinched a little, like the thought of me not trusting them with money was more insulting than anything else that had happened all night. My dad said, "So, you think we're thieves now?" "No," I said. "I think you're comfortable. Comfortable owing me things. Comfortable assuming I'll always be around to keep the lights on." Then I looked at Megan. "And you, if you want to finish school, you'll get a job. Or maybe mom and dad will help this time. You know, like parents usually do." She looked at my mom, then at my dad. No one volunteered. I just sat there watching. My mom finally said, "This isn't how family works, Kevin. We don't threaten each other." I smiled a little. "That's funny because 5 minutes ago, you laughed at me in front of both of your mothers and called me selfish when I backed away. I didn't see a whole lot of family loyalty." Then that's when Grandma Joyce, who'd been quiet the whole time, spoke up. She looked straight at my mom and said, "He's right. You know, I saw how you all laughed. I saw what you did. And don't think I forgot how you borrowed money from me and never paid it back either." Everyone's heads turned. My mom's face went white. Then Grandma Susan chimed in, "I always thought you spoiled Megan too much. And now look." She bit the hand that fed her and cried when it stopped. You could feel the ground shifting. The two matriarchs weren't playing anymore. My dad stood up again, more cautiously this time. He said, "So what? You're just done with us now?" "No, I'm just done being used." He called me selfish. I shrugged. If standing up for myself makes me selfish, then yeah, I guess I am. But if you don't like these new terms, you can go ahead and figure things out on your own. And when you need help next time, don't call me. Megan finally broke her silence. She said she'd get a job. She sounded miserable about it, like the idea of working retail was beneath her. My mom mumbled something about trying to help. My dad didn't say anything. I stood up, walked to the kitchen, and poured myself a drink. No one followed. No one said a word. But I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I didn't hear from them for days. No apology, no explanation, just silence. Like they were hoping if they ignored the fallout long enough, I'd crawl back and pretend it never happened. The first message came from my mom. 5 words, "I hope you're proud of yourself." That was it. Not a question. Not even a passive-aggressive essay like she usually sends. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. She wasn't reaching out to make peace. She was taking a swing without looking me in the eye. My phone stayed quiet after that. Megan went completely dark. My dad, the king of pretending nothing's wrong, stayed on brand and didn't acknowledge me at all. They must have thought this was still salvageable, that I'd calm down, realize how harsh I was, and show up at the next birthday or Sunday dinner with my wallet in hand like usual. They weren't ready for a version of me that didn't need them and didn't want to. A week later, Grandma Joyce called. She didn't ask how I was or dance around it. She just said, "We're having lunch. I'll pick you up." She showed up right on time, looking like she'd been waiting for this moment since Thanksgiving. We sat down at a diner near my apartment, and the second we ordered, she said, "Your parents are in a mess, and they don't want you to know." Apparently, things had been unraveling fast. My mom was behind on 2 credit cards. My dad's freelance work had dried up again. Megan had been rejected from every internship she applied to because her transcripts still showed a financial hold, and she hadn't told anyone she was on the verge of getting dropped. The best part, they tried to cover all of it with the usual fake confidence as if they had a plan. Joyce said, "They want you to come back and pretend nothing happened. Smile, eat dinner, maybe bring a gift, but they've got nothing to offer except guilt." I nodded, didn't say much. I was more interested in what they do next now that the cash machine was unplugged. She paused, then added, "Oh, and your mom's been telling people you're not doing well, that you snapped under pressure, that maybe you need time off, a vacation, therapy. She's painting you as the broken one." I laughed out loud. I said she'd rather tell people I'm unstable than admit she depended on me to raise her second kid. Joyce didn't laugh. She looked tired. She said they won't apologize. Not because they don't feel guilty, but because they don't want to owe you that, too. Then she said something that stuck with me. You're the only adult in that family and they hate that. When I got home that night, there were 3 unread messages from Megan. The first said, "Hey." The second said, "Can we talk?" The third said, "I got a job at Lark. It's retail, but it's something." Lark was that weird off-brand fashion store at the edge of the mall. It was the kind of place where everything was on sale because no one wanted to pay full price for a rhinestone hoodie. I knew she was miserable, but I didn't respond. The next message was from my mom 3 days later. "We're proud of you for being responsible. Hope you can forgive us soon." I didn't answer that either. Forgiveness is a transaction and they were already too far in debt. Then my dad sent something weird. A photo. It was our dinner table set for 5. 1 chair empty, mine. The caption just said, "You belong here." Suddenly, they wanted to play the emotional card. The same people who laughed when I tried to help were now acting like I'd abandoned a sinking ship. Like I owed them my loyalty just because we share a last name. Then came the voicemail, Megan's voice, crying again, but different this time, less performative, more desperate. She said she couldn't make her rent, that her job barely paid enough for gas, that she didn't know how she was supposed to focus on school while juggling everything. And then she said something I didn't expect. "I miss how things used to be." I stood there listening to it on loop. Yeah, I miss how things used to be, too. Back when she said thank you. Back when my parents remembered who paid for the roof over their heads. But those days were gone, and none of them knew yet just how deep this was going to cut. The voicemails sat in my inbox for 3 days. I didn't delete them, didn't respond, just let them hang there like a photo from a time I didn't really believe existed anymore. Megan wanted things to go back to normal. But the truth was there never was a normal. There was just me paying for silence. Then out of nowhere, my mom showed up at my door. She didn't call ahead. She buzzed the building like she was a delivery driver. I almost didn't open it, but I was curious. She looked smaller in person, like the situation had chipped away at her. Still had that expression like she was about to say something wise and manipulative. She stepped inside without asking and said, "We need to talk." I said, "Talk." She told me Megan was drowning, that the job was barely enough, that she was failing her classes now, that the financial office wouldn't let her register for finals without payment. She kept trying to steer it back to family, to how proud they were of me, to how much they loved me. I let her talk, then I told her the price. "You want help? Fine, but I'm not paying for anyone else's mistakes anymore. You two are her parents, not me." She didn't respond, so I kept going. "You want Megan to graduate? Then you and Dad figure it out. Sell something. Cancel your weekend getaways. Skip your anniversary dinner. Get creative." She started to say something, probably about how hard they had it. I cut in, "Also, the $3,000 you owe me. I'm going to need that by the end of the year." Her face dropped like I'd slapped her. I added, "I know you won't have it, but I'm not pretending anymore. Every time you dodge it, I'll remember exactly what this family thinks I'm worth." She started to cry, said it wasn't fair, that I was punishing all of them for one moment of laughter. I said, "No, I'm punishing you for a decade of pretending your financial problems were my responsibility." She left without another word. A week later, Megan called, not text, not voicemail. She actually called. She said she understood that she didn't expect help, that she just wanted me to know she'd gotten a second job tutoring kids after school and was talking to financial aid. She said she wasn't asking for money, just a second chance at being a better sister. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no either. I told her, "We'll see." Then something strange happened. Grandma Joyce invited me over. When I got there, she was sitting in her living room with a smile that looked way too satisfied. She handed me a folder. Inside were printouts, screenshots of old text messages, receipts, emails, all of it from the past 5 years. All of it proof of the money I'd spent on my family, the loans, the gifts, the repairs, a full dossier. I said, "What is this?" She said, "Evidence in case they try to rewrite history." Then she told me that Grandma Susan had decided to do her own version of cutting the cord. She was updating her will quietly, reducing the amount going to my parents, increasing the portion going to me. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it, but it was happening. Joyce leaned back and said, "We're tired of watching you be used. If they don't want to change, we will." It wasn't revenge. It wasn't victory. It was justice. And it was just getting started. By mid-February, I'd gotten used to the quiet. No more random calls from my mom asking if I could just cover this one thing. No texts from my dad pretending to ask how I'm doing when he was really building up to another favor. No fake emergencies, no guilt trips. It was the most peaceful start to a year I've ever had. Megan hadn't messaged since the voicemail. I saw her twice accidentally. Once at Lark behind the counter wearing that black company t-shirt and folding hoodies that nobody ever buys. She didn't see me, or maybe she did and just didn't want to deal with it. The second time I spotted her across the parking lot of a tutoring center carrying a plastic container of what looked like art supplies. She looked exhausted. Not in a performative way, really tired, like life had finally caught up to her. She was working. She was dealing with it. That part, at least, I respected. Then one night around 9 p.m., I got a text from my dad. "You really don't need us, do you?" No punctuation, no context. I stared at it for a few minutes. I didn't answer because it wasn't a question. It was him realizing finally that I'd outgrown their version of family, that their control didn't work anymore, that I had stepped outside the system they built where I fund the chaos and they pretend it's love. Meanwhile, things were shifting in the background. Grandma Susan called to say she was finalizing some paperwork and wanted to make sure my address was updated. I knew what that meant. She was serious about what she'd said last time. I didn't press. Grandma Joyce had gone colder with my mom, too. Apparently, she confronted her about the whole Kevin's unstable story she was pushing around to the family. Told her that if she didn't stop, she'd start correcting the narrative at every family gathering from here on out. I almost wished I could have been there for that. Then another call from Joyce. She said Grandma Susan was hosting dinner. "Small family only. You should come," she said. "It's time." I asked who'd be there. She didn't hesitate. "Everyone." I nearly said no. Everything in me was ready to burn that last bridge and let them sit in the ashes. But something about the way she said it made me think this wasn't about peace. This was about power. About letting them see that I didn't need to yell to be heard anymore. So I went. Susan's house looked exactly the same. Same wreath from 5 Christmases ago, same scented candles. My mom opened the door. She didn't say hi right away, just looked at me like she wasn't sure how this was going to go. Then she stepped aside to let me in. My dad was already sitting at the table like he didn't remember anything that had happened. Megan was there too, hair tied back, barely looking up from her water glass. Neither of them made the first move. Dinner was awkward. Joyce tried to cut the tension with small talk about some cousin's baby. Nobody cared. Everyone was waiting. Then Grandma Susan, from the head of the table, turned to Megan and asked, "How's work?" Megan looked up and said, "Tiring," then quieter, "but I'm doing it. I'm paying little by little." She glanced at me just once, not asking for anything, just acknowledging. My mom chimed in a few minutes later. She said they'd been thinking a lot about what happened, that maybe they'd laughed because they didn't know how to handle being called out like that. She used words like reflecting and appreciating and moving forward. She didn't say sorry. My dad added, "We know we owe you. We're figuring it out." He didn't mention the $3,000 specifically, but we both knew what he meant. I didn't say anything. There was nothing left to say. Then Susan leaned forward, rested her elbows on the table, and said, "This is your moment to start over. And if you screw it up, don't expect either of us to protect you from it." They nodded like kids being scolded. After dinner, as I was putting on my coat, Megan handed me an envelope. I raised an eyebrow. She said it wasn't money. Inside was a card, not store-bought, just plain cardstock with handwriting. It said, "I know I messed it up. I said things I can't take back. You gave me more than I deserved and I threw it in your face. I'm not asking for help. I just want to earn the right to be your sister again. I'm sorry." There was no signature. Just her. I didn't say anything. I just walked out, envelope in hand. We weren't healed. Not even close. But the hierarchy had changed. I wasn't their safety net anymore. I was something else now. Their reminder. Spring showed up early, like it was tired of winter, too. The air got warmer. Everything smelled like wet pavement and thawed dirt. And people started pretending like the year hadn't opened with a full-blown implosion in my family. But I remembered. I remembered all of it. And more importantly, I remembered who they were when I finally stopped carrying the weight for them. Megan scraped through the semester. She didn't message me about it, but Grandma Joyce kept me in the loop. She passed all her classes, started interning somewhere unpaid, part-time, with a 90-minute commute each way. I didn't say anything to her. Not then, but I saw her once outside the bus stop near my place. She was standing there in cheap flats, half asleep, holding a Tupperware container like it was her last possession. She looked like someone who finally understood what it meant to fight for something. I didn't wave. I just watched her go quietly. The thing about people who've coasted their whole lives is they either crumble when things get hard or they evolve. Megan didn't crumble. She suffered, but she didn't break. That mattered more to me than an apology ever would. My parents, though, nothing changed. The $3,000 they owed me became this ghost that no one acknowledged. They talked around it like it was some unspeakable word. No, we're working on it. No, we haven't forgotten. Not even an empty promise to stall me. It was like they believed that if they never said it again, it would disappear. I could have brought it up, but I didn't. I wanted to see how long they'd pretend. They were playing the long game, but so was I. Instead, my dad kept sending me links to articles he thought I'd like. My mom tried nostalgia, old family photos, recipes I used to like, comments about, those were good times. All harmless on the surface, but I knew what it was. It was currency. Trying to rebuild something without paying for the damage they caused. That card Megan gave me, the one with her apology, I still have it. It's in the drawer with my passport and the title to my car. I don't read it often, but I haven't thrown it out either because it wasn't about making things even. It was her way of saying she finally saw the wreckage she'd helped cause. Meanwhile, Susan followed through on her will change. Joyce told me later, my mom found out and didn't take it well. She apparently cornered Susan during a family dinner and tried to guilt her, asking why she was cutting her own daughter out. Susan just told her, because Kevin was there when you weren't. My mom called me that night. She didn't mention the will directly, just danced around it. Said something like, I hope you don't think we've been ungrateful. I said, you still haven't paid me back. She was silent for so long I thought the line dropped. Then she said, we will soon. But she said it too carefully, like it was rehearsed. That was 3 months ago. I haven't seen a dime. It's not about the money anymore. It's about the principle. And I don't forget. I won't forget. Now we talk occasionally. Holidays, birthdays, surface-level things. I'm polite, cordial. But there's a distance they can't close anymore. That trust, that unspoken loyalty I used to give freely, it's gone, burned out, and I'm not rebuilding it for them. Megan's still working, still tired, but she's never asked for a cent. She doesn't treat me like the solution anymore. That's why I've started replying to her messages again. We're not close, but we're rebuilding slowly, authentically. My parents still act like everything's back to normal, but it's not. And it never will be. Because this version of me, the one they made when they laughed that night, is not the one who picks up the pieces for everyone else. Not anymore. Now on to the next story. Story 8. I was hospitalized for dehydration. No one checked on me. No texts except my sister. I applied for a loan. Can I use you as a co-signer again? I smiled. Quietly, I closed the credit cards to which they had access. The next day, he was denied. On day 3, my mom was screaming into my voicemail. What do you mean the tuition didn't go through? I woke up to the sting of an intravenous needle and blinding lights. Took a minute to register where I was. The nurse told me I passed out from dehydration. I hadn't eaten in over 36 hours. I didn't even remember the last proper meal. Just a blur of exhaustion, headaches, and the weird tunnel vision that finally took me down in the shower. Phone was dead, naturally. When I finally got it charged, I expected something. Missed calls, maybe? A couple of texts asking where I was? Nothing. Just one message from my sister. And it wasn't even a question about how I was doing. Just, I applied for a loan. Can I use you as a guarantor again? And then a follow-up 2 hours later. It's for a new iPhone. Mine's cracked and it's a disaster. I stared at the message for a while, trying to feel something. Anger, hurt, disbelief. I didn't feel any of it. I just smiled, quiet and tight, like someone watching a building collapse from a distance. I opened my bank app, clicked through the settings, and shut down the shared credit cards they had access to. I didn't even think twice. It felt like turning off a faucet that had been leaking for years. The next day, I was still hooked up to the 4 when my phone buzzed. My sister had been denied for messages back to back. At first, she was confused, then annoyed, then demanding. I didn't respond. I just turned the screen over. On the 3rd day, I listened to my voicemail. My mom's voice, sharp and frantic. How did the tuition payment not go through? You said you'd handle it this month. Do you know how important this is for your sister's future? She didn't ask where I was or why I hadn't answered. She just needed the money. I stared at the wall for a long time. The only person who showed up was Clara, my neighbor from down the hall. I don't even know how she found out. She brought me some soup and a portable charger, and we talked about everything but the hospital, just movies, books, the weird guy in 2B who never wears shoes. When she left, she told me to call if I needed anything. She meant it. The next morning, I checked myself out. The nurse told me I should stay another day, but I signed the forms anyway. When I got home, I sat on the couch in the tiny apartment I'd been renting from my parents, their old place, as they called it now. I paid them $500 a month for the privilege of living in it while they enjoyed their new house across town. Not enough room for me there, apparently. My sister and her boyfriend had one of the bedrooms. I sat there looking around at the space that had become mine only because they didn't want it. I saw the key rack by the door and counted 3 extra sets of keys that weren't mine. I got up, walked to the hardware store 2 blocks away, and bought a lock kit. That evening, I changed them all. They'd find out soon enough. It didn't take long for them to notice. The morning after I changed the locks, my sister showed up. She tried her key, probably still on autopilot, expecting to walk in like she always did. I watched the handle jiggle from the other side of the door. Then she knocked. Lightly at first, then louder. Her voice filtered through. Alex, hello? What the hell? My key doesn't work. I stayed silent. She pounded on the door for a full minute before giving up. A few hours later, my phone blew up. Her texts came in rapid fire. What did you do to the locks? Why are you being such a weirdo? Let me in. I left my charger there. Then she shifted gears. I have class tomorrow. I need the charger. Seriously, what is your problem? I put the phone face down. Felt better not answering. For once, not being their doormat was oddly peaceful. Around noon, my mom called. I didn't answer. A few minutes later, I heard a car door slam outside. I looked out the window and saw her walking toward the apartment building with that determined look she always had when she was about to make everything about herself. She knocked. Not hard, not desperate, just that same casual rhythm like she expected me to open up and apologize for something. I didn't. She started calling my name, said she knew I was in there, said I was acting ridiculous. Then silence. For a second I thought she left, but no, she stood there longer. I heard her dialing someone, then footsteps fading away. That evening, she left me a voicemail. Alex, this isn't funny. Your sister said you changed the locks. What's going on? And why didn't the tuition payment go through? We agreed you'd take care of that this month. She's counting on it. Do you know what kind of stress this puts on me? That was the whole message. No, are you okay? Not even a vague acknowledgement of what might have caused the sudden change. The next morning, I heard loud knocking again. This time, more forceful. I looked through the peephole and saw both of them, my mom and dad, and standing beside them, a police officer. I cracked the door just enough to be seen. The officer glanced down at a clipboard. You, Alex? I nodded. They say this apartment belongs to them. I handed him the lease. I'd signed it when I first moved in. My dad had insisted on treating it like a real rental. Said it was to teach me about responsibility, not like they needed the money, but they liked to remind me they were doing me a favor. The officer read it over, then looked back at them. He's paying rent. He has the right to be here. Unless you go through eviction court, there's nothing we can do. They didn't look surprised, just annoyed that their shortcut hadn't worked. My dad was fuming. My mom's face looked more offended than angry, like I'd broken some unspoken family rule. They lingered outside even after the cop left. I let them stew for a while before opening the door again. They took that as an invitation to walk in, but I stood in the doorway and didn't move. I told them about the hospital, about the days I spent there without anyone noticing, about how the only message I got was from my sister asking to use me for a loan. Not even checking how I was, about how Clara, my neighbor, showed up while my family was silent. They didn't react. Not a word of surprise. No apology. My dad scoffed and said I was being dramatic. My mom actually looked offended. You don't get to punish everyone because you had a bad week, she said. Your sister is in school. You know how much pressure she's under. You're the older one. You're supposed to help. Then she dropped it. You have 2 days. Pack your stuff. We're terminating the lease. Just like that. I didn't argue. I just said, okay. And I meant it. I packed everything I owned in 2 days. Booked a moving van. Loaded it up alone. Found a 1-bedroom across town. Older building, ugly carpet, a view of nothing. But I had a lease in my own name. No one else had keys. 3 days after I moved out, I got a message from my dad. Call the bank. Something's wrong with the cards. I didn't respond. Then it was my mom. Did you do something to the joint accounts? We can't access anything. I turned off the phone. That night, my sister messaged me again. Mom says none of the payments are going through. What did you do? I slept better than I had in years. They didn't show up right away. First, there were more texts. A voicemail from my dad trying to sound calm, asking if I could just explain what was going on. Another from my mom, less calm, accusing me of sabotaging the family. I ignored them all, but 5 days after I moved out, they showed up. I was in the kitchen when I heard the knock. It was firm, not impatient, but intentional. I looked through the peephole. My mom, my dad, and, of course, my sister standing slightly behind them with her arms crossed like she was doing me a favor just by being there. I opened the door partway, enough to show I wasn't hiding. They didn't ask how I was. My mom jumped right in. You've made your point, Alex, but this has gone on long enough. You need to restore access to the accounts. I looked at them and said, no. She blinked. My dad stepped in. You're being petty. This isn't how families work. You don't punish your parents. I told them I wasn't punishing anyone. I was done being used. I was done paying tuition and phone bills and pretending like any of it was okay. I said they didn't even bother to check on me in the hospital. My sister rolled her eyes. I needed that phone, Alex. My classes are online. What was I supposed to do? Carry around a cracked screen like a loser? That sentence alone almost made me laugh. But I didn't. I just told them I wasn't giving them anything. Not money, not access, not time. My mom's voice went cold. You've always been selfish. I see it now. No wonder you don't have a wife or a real job. That one landed. I felt it, but I didn't respond. I said, I think you should leave. My dad narrowed his eyes. You really want to do this? I nodded. So they left. No slamming doors. No final words. Just turned around and walked down the hall. I watched from the peephole until they were gone. The next week was quiet, almost too quiet. Then the messages started again. This time not asking but begging. My mom said she didn't know how to pay for next semester's tuition. My sister sent a voice note crying about how everything was falling apart. My dad's message was shorter. Let's talk. I didn't answer, but a small part of me wondered if they were finally changing. It was stupid, but I wanted to believe maybe they saw it now. Maybe they were starting to understand. So, 2 weeks later I messaged back, told them they could stop by. One visit, just talk. They came that Saturday. My mom brought store-bought cookies like this was some awkward reunion. My dad sat down like it was a boardroom negotiation. My sister stayed on her phone the entire time. They didn't ask how I was. They didn't mention the hospital. They didn't apologize. Instead, they asked when I was going to snap out of this phase. My mom called me vindictive. My dad said he was disappointed. My sister said flat out, "You're acting like a jerk." I stood up and told them to get out. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't yell. I just said it once. They stood. My mom looked around like she was about to take something with her. My dad muttered something under his breath. My sister didn't even say goodbye. The doors shut behind them. I locked it, this time for good. They didn't give up right away. That would have been too simple. A few days later, my sister tried again. This time she sent me a long message. Said she didn't understand why I was doing this. Said she was just a student trying her best and that she was tired of being caught in the middle of all this drama. She told me she was sorry I got sick, but that didn't give me the right to mess up everyone else's lives. Then came the ask, not even subtle. Her boyfriend had an opportunity to invest in some crypto project. Could I lend them a few thousand just for a couple weeks? I didn't respond. 2 hours later, she sent another text. "Wow, you've really changed." Yeah, I had. By the end of that week, the begging turned into silence. Then the silence turned into something worse. Fake kindness. My mom messaged me asking if I wanted to come over for dinner. She listed out the food she was going to make like it was a bribe. My dad followed up the next day asking if I needed help with car repairs, which I didn't. They were trying to bait me back in, and I could smell it from a mile away. Then I got a message from my aunt. She asked me if I was okay. She said my parents were telling people I'd gone off the rails and was lashing out at the family, that I was unstable, that they were worried about my mental state. She didn't buy it, but it was making its way around the family. I told her everything. The hospital, the messages, the locks, the eviction, the whole mess. She didn't even hesitate. She said, "That's abuse. Don't let them make you feel guilty for finally standing up for yourself." That was the first real support I'd gotten in weeks. Apparently, word got out faster than I expected. A couple of cousins messaged me quietly saying they'd heard the story. Most of them weren't surprised. Everyone knew my parents favored my sister. They just didn't know how deep it ran. Even her boyfriend reached out. He didn't say much. "Hey man, I didn't know all that happened. I thought they were just being strict with you or something. But yeah, I get it now." Weirdly, that part hit me hardest. He was always kind of clueless, always tagging along like a golden retriever. But now he sounded like someone slowly realizing he jumped into a pool and just noticed it was full of sharks. The final straw came a week later. My mom left a message saying they needed my help to refinance part of their mortgage. My sister's tuition hadn't been paid. Their credit cards weren't working. Everything was in chaos. She said I was the only one who could fix it. I listened to the message once, then again, and then I deleted it. The next morning, I left an envelope at their front door. Inside was a copy of my new lease agreement. The name of the complex, the address blacked out, and a note on top. "You won't find me. Stop looking." It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't revenge. It was just a line in the sand. I should have known they'd find me eventually. The lease I left at their door had the address blacked out, but they must have recognized the building name. Or maybe they followed me one day. Either way, on a quiet Thursday evening, I got the knock. Not the buzzer, the knock, which meant they were already inside the building. When I opened the door, it was all three of them. My mom, dad, and sister, standing in a crooked line like they didn't know who was supposed to speak first. It was my mom who broke the silence. "You've made your point," she said. "No hello, no anything. Just that, like this was some stunt I pulled for attention." I didn't say a word. "We came here to move forward," my dad said next. "But this hiding, cutting off the credit accounts, all of it, is not right. You're acting like a stranger." My sister leaned against the doorframe like she couldn't believe she had to be there. "I had to borrow money from his parents," she said, nodding toward her boyfriend, who thankfully wasn't with them. "Do you have any idea how embarrassing that is?" I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, just because this was it. This was their big effort to make things right. Telling me how hard it's been for them since I stopped funding their lives. You changed the locks, my mom continued. You moved without telling us. You locked us out of our own home. Took me a second to process that. Our home, not mine. Not the apartment I paid $500 a month for while they used it as their personal storage unit and hangout spot whenever they wanted. No, it was still theirs in her mind. You think Clara would still talk to you if she knew how you treat your own family? My sister threw in. That one was so off base it actually stunned me for a second. As if Clara, the one person who showed up at the hospital, would suddenly side with them. They weren't there to apologize. They were there to rewrite the story. My dad sighed. Look, we need to access the cards again just until the refinancing goes through. Your mother's handling tuition. Your sister has classes. We're not asking for a handout. We're asking for you to step up. You already proved your point, my mom added. Now be reasonable. I said nothing. I just walked to the counter, grabbed the old lease they made me sign back when I moved into the apartment, the one they tore up after kicking me out, and handed it to them. I watched as my dad took it, stared at it, and then let it hang at his side. My mom's voice got low. So that's it then? I nodded once. She looked around the apartment like she expected to find a version of me that she could still guilt into giving in. But all she saw were boxes half unpacked, an old couch from Craigslist, and a folding table I used as a dining area. There was nothing left to manipulate here. Don't expect to come back for the holidays, she said finally. I stepped back and closed the door without another word. The lock clicked. That was it. I waited a few minutes, watched through the peephole. They didn't argue. Didn't bang on the door, just stood there like they'd expected this to go differently. My sister was already scrolling on her phone. My dad shook his head and turned to leave. My mom hesitated like she wanted to say one more thing, but didn't. An hour later, the messages started from my mom. I hope you're proud of yourself. Your father's heart can't take much more of this. From my dad, we tried. You've made it clear who you are. Don't bother calling. And my sister, of course. Don't come crawling back when you're broke and alone. That one sat in my inbox for a long time. I never responded. That night, I lay in bed thinking about all the years I spent jumping through hoops for them. Birthday gifts I couldn't afford, tuition payments they expected, emergencies that were always my responsibility to fix, and then one quiet hospital room with no messages, no visits, no calls. I closed my eyes and slept like a rock. No guilt. No second-guessing, just the steady silence of a door that stayed closed. It's been 6 months. No more knocks. No more voicemails. No more guilt-wrapped requests for money disguised as family check-ins. Nothing. I thought cutting them off would make me feel lighter instantly. Didn't. Not at first. It's like when your ears pop after a flight. It doesn't hurt, but you notice the silence more than the noise. There were moments I'd forget they weren't around. Then I'd remember, and I'd wait for the guilt to hit. It never really did. A month ago, I got a letter, plain white envelope, no return address, but the handwriting was unmistakable. My mom's. Inside was a printed letter, not even signed. It said since I had distanced myself from the family, they were removing me from all remaining financial connections. Health insurance, emergency forms, family accounts. She called it a mutual separation of responsibility. The last line said, "This isn't personal, Alex. We just had to adjust. Not we're sorry. Not we miss you. Not we understand. We just had to adjust." I almost laughed. After everything, they were still trying to spin it like I was the one who changed the terms, like they hadn't evicted me, tried to manipulate me, and come to my door demanding access to my money. But honestly, the letter was the cleanest break I could have asked for. It gave me what they never did, closure. Even if it came gift-wrapped in denial. A few weeks later, I invited a few people over. Nothing big. Just Clara, some neighbors, a guy from my book club, and a coworker who'd gone through his own mess with his dad last year. We ordered pizza, drank cheap beer, watched some dumb reality show Clara liked, and just talked. Real talk. No one asked me for anything. No one guilt-tripped me for setting boundaries. That night, after everyone left, Clara looked around the apartment and said, Feels like a real home now. She was right. It did. Later that week, she asked if I had ever written down the story. I said, no. I mean, how do you even start explaining years of being treated like an ATM wrapped in guilt? You should, she said. You never know who might need to hear it. So I wrote it. First just for myself, but then I ended up here on Reddit. New account, no clue what I was doing. I'd lurked before, read a bunch of stories. Some wild, some painfully familiar. There was something oddly comforting about how honest people were. No sugarcoating, no pretending families were perfect. I posted my story thinking maybe 10 people would read it, maybe 2 would comment. Instead, I got hundreds. I spent the entire night reading replies, stories from people who'd been through the same thing. People who said they thought they were alone or crazy or just too sensitive. People who told me I wasn't selfish. That walking away was the kindest thing I could have done for myself. Some of the messages hit hard. One guy said he visited his dad in the hospital after being ignored for years and still got blamed for not doing more. Another said she hadn't spoken to her mother in 12 years, and that peace was the best gift she ever gave herself. And a few said they weren't there yet, but after reading my post, maybe they could be. I kept checking back, kept refreshing the page. It was like someone had cracked open a door I thought was welded shut. I don't think I posted to be understood. I think I posted just to say it out loud, to say this happened. It was real. It hurt and I got through it. But being understood, that's what made the difference. I don't know if I'll ever talk to my parents again. I don't think they'll change. Maybe someday they'll try to spin a new version of the story where I came crawling back, grateful for their tough love. But I won't be there to hear it. My sister, last I heard, her boyfriend moved out. My aunt told me he couldn't take the constant drama. Said something like, "Your family never sees a fire without pouring gasoline on it." I actually like that guy. Hope he's okay. As for me, I'm figuring it out. I got a better job. I'm learning how to actually cook instead of just boiling pasta and hoping for the best. I started reading again, writing more. I've even made a habit of walking around the neighborhood after dinner. There's a little bookstore nearby that stays open late, and the guy who runs it gives me weird recommendations every week. Last time it was a novel about a guy who disappears from his family and never looks back. Fitting, I guess. I'll probably post more. Not always about heavy stuff. Maybe a few good neighbor stories or some of Clara's conspiracy theories about the guy in 3C who wears sunglasses at night. But for now, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who commented, who read, who messaged. You made me feel less alone in a way my own family never did. If you're still in the middle of it, the guilt, the confusion, the second-guessing, just know this, your peace is worth protecting. You don't owe anyone access to your life just because you share a last name. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.